You know that you can boss them around. Attention in the barn. We will be beginning senior showmanship in 5 minutes. So first call, senior showman.
Senior showmanship, head to the barn, please. Give the reins to the ring.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2020 smaller than usual hog show. We're starting this morning with Andy Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa, our judge this morning. And he has a farm and raises show pigs down there. We're starting out this morning with the senior showman. And then we'll move to the intermediate and to the junior. In the ring now for senior showmanship, we have Alana Van Rigamorter, Isaiah Lammers, Lane Smith, Trevor Lusing, Jennifer Bird, Matt Bumgard, Ella Decker, Amy Holstein, Chloe Schaefer, and Claire Bleeker. This again is the senior swine showmanship. We'll be selecting the top 3 individual showmen this morning in each division. Again, our judge is Andy Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa.
Right here. What you got? Thank you, dear. You want to get me out of the program?
If you were looking for a program, there's some right directly behind me.
Jacket. Okay. This is the one you get it off.
In the bar, we're looking for the intermediate showman to enter the ring. Start bringing your pigs to the ring, please.
Can you hear it too? You have a extra pen? I have no pen. I don't know what it is. Oh, okay.
Well, good morning. Pleasure to be back in Sioux County this year, and I know we're under different circumstances than what we've had the previous years, but before we start, I want to make sure all you kids take the time to thank the Fair Committee for going through and putting this together for you guys, because it takes a lot of time and a lot of dedication to continue to do what we do for the youth of Iowa and throughout the country, I guess. To kick off the morning here on showmanship, I'm not a showmanship. I don't like starting the morning off with it because I like to see how kids interact without different pigs throughout the day, but I know that's what we're dealt with this morning, and I'm going to roll with it. So I mean, just showmanship to me is just personal preference. Initial contact out of that gate is very key. Is what I tell my kids back home. The first 15 seconds you hit a show ring is live or die. When we go out to show anywhere, it doesn't matter if it's at a county fair, a jackpot, or at a national level show where we just came from last week. You got to get that first initial look, skin and hair presentation. We all get dressed up to come here. I want the pigs to look the same because this is a show. You guys put a lot of time and dedication in throughout the spring and summer on these things. So I want these things to look like show pigs. I want their skin and hair correct. But I want you kids to be able to drive that pig with comfort, be comfortable with that hog, and continue to surface around this ring. And I think there's one individual out here, from the moment she hit the ring, she's just comfortable. Whip control's very good. That pig's constantly moving. Is it the fastest driving hog we have out here? No. But it's the most comfortable with that showman. It's the most comfortable on this surface. And she just lets that pig do what it wants to do. Natural head carriage, not a lot of whip on that particular individual. Young lady's going to win your senior showmanship drives over here to the right of me. The decision between reserve and third was the decision maker for me because they're both very, very good and they both do a lot of things right. It just came down to one wants to get a little more whip happy for me. He wants to get that head so high that that heel gets out of her natural comfort level and doesn't want to drive across this ring as comfortably as the other one. It's just little things when you get down into these things, like how you want to separate them and which one you want to utilize. So I just come back to my personal preference on when I'm at home with kids working in the yard and stuff, where we want to be and where that head's got to be on that natural ability for that hog to carry but still maintain that drive throughout the ring. I think the second best one that does it for me this morning is the young lady here to the left of me, and third's going to be a lady with the calico gilt. If we just get that one to relax and drive a nickel better, she pushes even harder, but a fantastic drive as senior showman. The kids on down the line, I talked to them about just certain things they need to work on. Distancing, don't get so far away that you get lost in the shuffle, and then just continue to work them hogs so they continue to drive and just get that natural ability across this show ring. But a great round of senior kids. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
All right, our results in Class 1 Senior Showmanship. The first place went to Claire Bleeker, second to Chloe Schaefer, and third to Alea Van Rigamorter. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. All right, now entering the ring will be the intermediate showmanship. If you just came, welcome to our abbreviated fair. Our judge today is Andy Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa.
All intermediate showmen enter the ring.
In the intermediate class, we have Gabe Skibout, Katie Van Top, Blaine Osteny, McKenna Claveriga, Brody Van Rigamorter, Jackson Heyman, Carly Seabrand, Laney Franken, Margot Skydeman, Barrett Bleeker, Josie Baumgart, Mitchell Verberg. Once again, this is the intermediate showmanship. Once again, we'll be picking the top 3 individuals. We've got a rather large class to work through here, but our highly experienced judge is working through them very fast. In the junior showmanship, there will be two classes. There were about 16 kids. Trying to keep the chaos to a minimum, we're going to go to two classes. Then we'll go directly to the fence free and the Derby Hogs and the breeding guild and on down through the program. If any of you are looking for people that can't be here, this is being live streamed on 4H, Sioux County 4H Facebook page. Thank you.
In the barn, junior showmanship, first class, influence of the ring.
Really challenging class, intermediate showman, because 1 through 5, 6, I talked to one of the young ladies, I pinned up, she did a tremendous job, and I went and spoke to her individually. Her pig was getting worked up. I don't want to wear these things down because, you got a lot of show left, and we got to get these things the rest of the day. It's going to warm up quickly again today probably, but I don't want to break hogs down when we get out here because showmanship, we got a reason for showmanship and then got a reason for the show, and I don't want to wear these things down too much. So if I'm not taking as much time as some people think I should, that's fine, because I want to get these hogs comfortable. They got to be comfortable. They got to stay cool. The kids got to stay cool, calm, and collected with them as well when that pig starts to act up. So I talked to her personally just because she was doing a great job. It's just that mare was not wanting to cooperate, and I just wanted to get him pinned up before we had more of a disaster than what I wanted to see out here with a particular individual. But an outstanding set of intermediate showmen from top to bottom. This is probably the toughest you see. I mean, this is the second drive, but this is the toughest drive I've had so far this morning. And not every one of them, they all make mistakes, and that's fine. We're all human. And then come back to the basics, and the one that stays the most collected when it comes to the ring, and the one that just keeps continuing to drive. All three of them want to touch their hog a little bit more than I prefer ideal. I'm not a big brush fan on the side of a hog or putting your hand on a hog, because the last thing I want to see is a kid pushing that one on the top side of his skeleton, pushing down on his ham loin junction, getting that one to drive. And I know some are more lethargic than others, and that's what we're used to doing at home to get him to go. The less I see that freehand, the better off we are. I mean, it's just hanging down there. Once in a while, a slap on the side of the brush is okay, but I don't want to consistently see that one being jabbed on the top side of his skeleton, because it differentiates from the top side of that big skeleton from what I see a term ideal comfortable in its own build. But I keep coming back to one from the time it came through the ring and just continues to surface. I made a mistake here when I went to circle around him. When I come around the front back side of you, I want to see that hog. Don't cut me off. Just keep circling on in front of me. Step in front. Just let that hog continue to move forward. But I just keep coming back to this individual that does so many things right. That hog's always at the right place at the right time. It's starting to get a little slow out here as we continue to drive these things, but that's going to be normal. The longer you drive these things are going to slow down on us, and I'm okay with that. But I think there's a young man out here that did an outstanding job from the time he came in the ring and continues to surface. Champion intermediate show is going to be the young man there in the center of the ring. It was very tough between champion and reserve, because I think they're both very, very good. Both consistently with control and just smoothness across the ring is what, these two rise to the top really easily for me. And it just, it comes down to one that just touches the pig just a little bit more than I prefer ideal. But I still think she's second best in this intermediate drive. The young lady is a predominantly black heel's going to be reserved. If I just get her to take that brush and just put it in her pocket, I think she could have won pretty easily. But I'm not taking away from her, because she kept everything moving north and south, and I like that a great deal. And then hogs can just go on their own comfort level, and then pigs and then hogs can interact together. Young man's going to go on third. Nothing to take away from you. I mean, you do an outstanding job with that individual gilt. A little time I caught you just get a little bit more hesitant, and you want to get a little quick when you come around the front side of that individual. Just relax a little bit, stand up a little bit, don't get so down and so determined to get that thing where you want it. Just let that hog do it once it's doing its natural ability. Young man going out and forth, another one does an outstanding job. Not as aggressive, not as just determined to get after as the other three above him, but it does a nice job just controlling his whip and keeping that hog moving north and south. An outstanding job here, intermediate showman. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to our intermediate showman. First place was Blake Ostman, second Carly Seabrand, and third was Brody Van Rigamorter. Our junior showmanship is broken down, we talked about it in two classes. Class 1 is Anna Ostman, Kaylor Claveriga, Brooklyn Bile, Bodie Weber, Macy Schwartz Lucing, Grayson Franken, Briar Rootman, Maren Franken. Class 2 is MacArthur Scheidemann, Mason Rosaboom, Lydia Bleeker, Danica Post, Lincoln Smith, Jacob Vanentop, Bryce Ostenik, and Kaylee Weber. Now we will have Class 1 of the Junior Showmanship. Sorry, Kale. Not Kaylee Weber, it's Kale Weber.
Junior Showmanship, Class 1, Anna Osning, Kaylor Claveringa, Brooklyn Ryle, Brody Weber, Macy Lucing, Jason Franken, Ryer Rudman, Maren Franken in the ring. Class 2, MacArthur Scheidemann, Mason Rosebone, Lydia Bleeker, Danica Bowes, Lincoln Smith, Jacob Van Top, Bryce Osnick, and Kale Weber. Class 2, bring 'em.
Understand we got 2 heats of Junior Showman. I'm going to take 4 and I'm going to pin them up over here, and then we're going to rework that next group and excuse the other 4 out of this particular ring. There's 4 out here that I'm going to hold back. The young man with the calico gilt across the center of the ring there, he'll be coming back. Let's pin him up to the north here. The young lady here with the belted gilt, she'll be belted barrel, sorry. He'll be coming back gilt. I guess she is a gilt, wasn't paying attention. She'll be coming back as well. The young lady here with her helmet and belted gilt as well, and the Duroc gilt. The other kids, we're just going to excuse them back. Just certain things we need to work on. Just getting that pig to drive, getting that pig off the gate, just getting out of that holding pen quicker, getting them out here and driving them. But an outstanding set of first juniors. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Class 2, Junior Showmanship, to the ring right now. Class 2 Junior Showmanship, MacArthur Scheidemann, Mason Roosevelt, Lydia Bleekier, Danica Close, Lincoln Smith, Jacob Van Top, Bryce Osney, and Cale Weber to the ring now, please.
Again, we're going to divide this junior showmanship into two classes. Class 1, we're saved up here on the north end where Anna Osney, Grayson Franklin, Ryer Ruthman, and Maren Franken. Looks like a conglomerate. Class 2 is MacArthur Scheidemann, Mason Rosenboom, Lydia Bleeker, Danica Post, Lincoln Smith, Jacob Van Top, Bryce Osnink, and Cale Weber. You'll be taking the top 4 out of this class with the top 4 out of Class 1 to find out his champion in the junior showmanship.
Immediately following the junior showmanship, we'll be going to the fence of 3. The fence of 3, so get those ready.
Let's just keep another 4 out of this particular drive and excuse the 2 young men out of this particular class. Let's give those 2 kids a round of applause and give them a time for their effort when they came out here. Just certain things we need to work on, just getting that pig in control, not so much whip, and then just getting that head up just a nickel for me. But that's just getting nitpicky on young showmen. I know that we're young, we still got a lot to learn, but when we go home, when we get into next year, just certain things we need to work on. Just whip control, making sure that pig stays going north and south, and just making sure that head's where it needs to be. But an excellent group. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We're going to rework these top 8.
From Class 2 Junior Showmanship, retained for the overall class winner is Kale Weber, Bryce Osning, Lydia Bleeker, Mason Roseboom. Joining Maren Franken, Briar Rootman, Grayson Franken, and Anna Ostening from Class 1. Now we will pick the top 3 from these 8. Next will be the pen of 3. 3 classes of those.
And on, let's get ready with our pens of 3. First class, Kanan Heiser, Isaiah Lammers, Josie Baumgartz, and Anna Ostening.
If you could, give all these juniors a huge round of applause. These are hard to line up because they all do very, very good. You know, I got a daughter back home, same age as these kids. I'm not trying to compare them to her because everybody's got a different level and everything goes differently. But I'm out here and I'm like, you know, I'm evaluating and I'm like, well, they're the same age as my daughter and what would you do? And so on and so forth. And I'm not here for myself or my kids. I'm here for you kids, trying to line these things up how I want to line them up. It's just my opinion today. Some other guy could come in here tomorrow or next week and do it completely different. You know, there's one out here, I'm going to call him the silent killer because he just comes in this ring. He just does what he wants to do. He's most comfortable doing it, and when he gets him where he wants to go, he's always right there when I come back to him. He's just been consistent. He's been fluid throughout this whole drive. Young man there at the Calico Gill will be your champion junior showman. Just very good as far as just, you know, he doesn't get worked up. He just stays the drive, and he's just very comfortable in what he does. I mean, that's his name for me for today, the silent killer, because he just came out of left field. That's what he's going to do is win this particular drive. From there, it gets a little bit closer as far as reserve and third because There's a couple individuals out here that are very, very good. You know, I come back to brush control, and I don't want to get critical on it, but it's hard for me to get past it when we're out here with the brush hitting that pig on the top of the skeleton. And I understand there's a reason for it, and I get that part of it. The last thing I want to do, though, is just see that brush constantly on that pig. It takes away from me. I'm not here to evaluate the pig. I'm here to evaluate you kids at showmanship. We evaluate the pigs later. But it's a pet peeve of mine. It always has been. It always will be. At home, I throw the brushes in the show box. The only thing they're there for is to brush them off before we go in the show ring. If you got to wipe that pig off, take a towel with you. But I think there's two showing out here that are very good. They're similar in their design. They're similar in their drive and their work ethic when they get out here. There's just one that continues to surface. That gilt continues to maintain the drive. She's comfortable. That showman's comfortable with that gilt. He's got eye contact. I like that a great deal about him. Young man on the far side is going to be reserved. Young man with the barrel is going to be third. Very close decision between 2 and 3. Congrats to those guys. You two young ladies do an outstanding job. Young lady over here, she's got that eye of the tiger look when she comes through that holding gate. Just too much hand on that gilt. She's got to go. She wants to get out here. She gets more lethargic in her drive. I just need to see that one grab another gear and go. Young lady over there with the big gilt that's going to round out. Does an outstanding job. A couple of times she gets a little too closer to what I prefer. Ideal, I like to see that hog out in front of me, not right up underneath me. Just kind of relax in your make and your demeanor when you're out here in the ring. Don't get so down on that hog that you don't feel comfortable driving that big. Those are just certain things you can work on. Just certain things they'll get nitpicky on. But an outstanding group of junior showmen. Let's give all those kids a round of applause as well.
Undoubtedly the toughest class of the day. Congratulations. First place goes to Ryer Rudman. Second goes to Bryce Osenik, and third to Mason Roseboom. Now Ryer can smile.
All right, in the barn, 10 to 3. Start him this way. Four pins in Class 1, Kaden Heiser, Isaiah Lammers, Josie Bumgard, Anna Ostening. On deck, Class 2, Blake Ostening, Bryce Ostening, Gail Weber, Carson Suit, and Bodie Weber. Class 2.
All right, now we're going to start on the pins of 3. Class 1 will be Kanan Heiser, Isaiah Lammers, Josie Bumgars, and Anna Ostening. These are the lighter weight pigs. They're range in weight from 210 to about 215, 20. Many of you are looking for programs. Yep, they're directly behind me if you need one.
Class 2, 10s to 3, hit those in the ring. Waco St. Bryce, Oakley, Gail Weber, Carson Zoot, and Bodie Weber.
A good way to kick off this first division of pennant threes in this lightweights, and there's some differences between all four groups, but there's one group that just puts the most positives together as far as ones that got shape, ones that got rib and body and dimension, ones that are going to hang some high carcasses when they're finished. And I know they're still in their lightweight phase, but I think there's a group that just balances better. They got shape, they got definition down the top side of their skeleton wall. It's the young lady here to the left of me. She'll win this particular class of pennant threes. We can probably just hold them back up over here so she don't got to drive them back out of here. The group that's going to go second in this particular drive is the lady on the far side of the ring. There's a lot of good in the hogs as well, just body shape, rib dimension, just some weight differences between the three of them. I see you got a couple that are bigger, you got one that's just a little bit smaller, but I know that's the takeaway from those because they're heavy structured individuals. They got shape, they got muscle. I just need to see them all three balance and match better to get that first place class winner that does that, just does it in a complete package. From there, in 3 and 4, it becomes a little bit different and challenging. Hogs that just don't have enough muscle shape for me as far as production hogs. Got enough body and cavity right now. The hogs that you can take home, continue to feed on. The group that's going to go third is the young man here to the left of me, just as far as composition and body cavity shape for me today. Some are a little bit flatter in their muscle makeup, flatter out of the backside of their skeleton. The hogs have still got some future ahead of them that can go home and continue to feed if he wishes to. I don't know if this is a terminal deal or not, but, that's just where I see them. I just need to see some more bulk and some more mass up high on the particular individuals. And then to round out with the blue set of hogs over here, Good hogs that got some cutability, just not enough sheer power, dimension, and rib and body for this guy today. But hogs that got some good cutability when you get down and start studying loin edge and body shape on those. I just need to see some more of them. Nice class of the Pennant Threes. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
Our winner of the first class was Anna Austin. Second was Josie Bumgard. Third was Kanan Heiser. And fourth was Isaiah Lammers. Now we'll have class 2, the pen of 3, Blake Ostening, Bryce Ostening, Cale Weber, Carson Zoot, and Bodie Weber. Class 2.
Class 2 pigs, pen of 3, Blake Ostening, Bryce Ostening, Kaylee Weber, Cale Weber, Carson Zoot, and Bodie Weber. Please head to the ring. On deck, class 3, Matt Bumler, Amy Holstein, Margot Scheidemann, MacArthur Scheidemann.
If you joined us late, our judge is Andy Jacobson from Osceola, Iowa. We'd like to thank our swine superintendent, Kevin Wheelingus, for again doing an outstanding job. Tim Baumgart, in this class, we have Bryce and Blake Ostening, Cole Weber, Carson Zoot, Bodie Weber. Immediately after the pens of 3, we'll go to the live derby. I'd like to thank our ring men too this morning for the work that they're doing. Hard to have a show without good help. As I said that, you notice they all started to move.
Last three in the barn, Matt Baumgartner, Katie Olstein, Margot Scheidemann, MacArthur Scheidemann, M of 3, class 3.
Another nice class of pennant threes, and there's some different take on the top end, and then you got to put them all together. You got to kind of visualize they're here together now, but then on the live hanging rail and stuff like that, when they're going to go to cut, and which ones are going to match up the best. And for me, there's a group of them out here that just, as far as shape and rib and body cavity, I think they match the best. They're similar in their type and their kind. The young man on the far side of the ring will have your particular class winner. Just as far as freshness and body cavity and shape down the top side of their skeleton, and the turn they have to the upper part of their loin edge and down to the bottom part of their forearm is what separates them on the top side of this class. And then I got some pinned up. These are no particular order as far as where I got them pinned and how they're laid out across the show ring. It's just how I see them, and we just had to get them separated in this particular ring just because we ran out of room. But they're in second place in this particular drive. It's got to be the young man that's in the third hole down there. Just a group of gilts that just balanced the skeleton built. They all built the same. They all got muscle. They all got shape. I didn't read them as much when they get back and behind them as much in their ham junction as I prefer ideal in a marker hog setting. And I know they're all breeding gilts, but gilts that are structurally correct and balanced from the side. I like that a great deal about them. I just need to see some more of them to match that class winner. The barrels down here in 3, or they're going to go in third hole. Just hogs that are fundamentally correct. They got shape, they got balance. Not as much rib shape when I get down and start studying them. Not much at the bottom part of their forearm and curvature as I get down into them to see that when you get them on a rail. But hogs that balance and hogs that got shape and loin edge down the top side of them as well. And then we're at the fourth here. We're going to have this group. Just hogs that balance from the side. It's not as shapely, not enough freshness on the top side of their skeleton for me. The hogs that got some rib and some body, I just need to freshen them up on the top side of their skeleton. And round out a class with the gilts and barrows that just need some more rib and body and just flushing ability for me as far as where they're at in this particular stage of their life. And an outstanding group of pennant threes. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
In class 2, pennant 3, first place went to Bodie Weber, second place Bryce Osting, third Carson Zoot, and fourth to Blake Osting. Now we'll have class 3, pins of 3, Matthew Bumgard, Amy Olney, Margot, and a MacArthur Scheidemann. 4 pins in this class. Then we'll pick the champion pin of 3, and then we'll go on to the Derby Swine. Derby Swine, in case you're wondering, is based upon daily gain and their cutability. These are the only pigs that are weighed in earlier in the year, and that was backed off again on account of the COVID-19. But these pigs will be judged on their rate of gain. Usually they do a scan, but they did not do that this year. So it'll be on their type and their daily gain. Final class, pin of 3. Class 3, Matt Lunsner, Katie Holstein, Margot Scheidemann, MacArthur Scheidemann. To the ring, please. On deck, the Derby pigs. Class 1, Carson Zoot, Josie Bumgard, Matt Lunsner, and Blake Osting. They always say that three is a crowd, and if you ever try to put a pen of three together, it's the toughest job in the world. You can always find two, but the third one just never is there. So anybody that can put together a really good pen of three has done a lot of work.
Interesting class to round out the pen of threes with, and there's some give and take on the top end. There's just a group of them that balance better. It's got three of a dimension and body shape, and it's the group to the south of me here. Ones that are just conformationally correct, ones that resemble each other. And as far as the announcer just said, it's hard to put a group of three together that look the same, that have the same muscle dimension and composition, and I think those three do it the best. My second favorite group in this particular draft is going to be the group of Berkshires. There's two gilts in there that are outliers as far as length of loin and shape up high. And then you got a barrel that's pushing a little bit more condition than I term ideal for where he's at. But a nice group of Berkshires for that young lady to go second this particular drive. I just see a little bit more condition and bark on those, and I prefer ideal for where they're at. But a nice group for that young lady as well. Then we got two other groups that are big scaled, heavy structure oriented hogs that got a lot of growth, just not enough muscle for me. The young lady here is going to go third. Hogs that balance from the side correctly, they're heavy in their bone work. They just got to be more shape up high for me to match any better than what they do. But a nice group for that young lady. To round out the class, the group down here for this young man, another group that's big and scaled in their framework. I just need to see some more body, some more rib, and some more dimension in this particular hog. But a nice group to round out the pen of threes. I'd like to give those kids a round of applause.
First call, Derby Pigs. Class 1, Derby to the ring. Carson Zoo, Josie Bumgars, Matt Bumgars, Waco's the Class 1 Derby.
Results. Class 3, pen of 3, first with Matt Baumgart, second Amy Holstein, 3 Margot Scheidemann. We're now selecting the champion pen of 3. Anna Holstein, Bodie Weber, and Matt Baumgart are vying for the championship.
You drop your 3 respective class winners out of their each respective drive to the 10 and 3, and there's some similarities, there's some give and take, and these things are hard to line up. I don't care where you go and what you want to do. It's just a personal preference again. It's just my opinion today on which ones I like or which ones. If I was to load up a pen of 3 to come to a county fair, which ones would I want my kids to exhibit? Which ones are going to balance and look the same? They got shape and dimension, and got rib and body cavity. I don't care what size the animals are; they all come in all shapes, sizes. Good livestock, and I think this group's awfully good to look at. They're all fundamentally correct. The young lady on the far side of the ring will have your champion pen of 3. We're going to keep on rolling. The seconds weren't up here, but it was tough between the champion and reserve as far as pin. I come back to the 2, the ones that come out of the heavyweight and the ones that come out of the middleweight. To get them back out here comparative to what I utilized to win, there's a group that's carrying a little bit more condition and a little bit more fat cover on their rib cage, and I prefer where they're at. I think there's another group as far as similarity, length of loin edge, and depth of that loin edge that they have is awfully fun. They're good in their body cavity. One's a little bit more drier in the bottom part of their flank area. I'm not going to take anything away from that group as far as balance and symmetry. The young man in the far corner over there will have your reserve group of 10 of 3. Congratulations to them kids.
Our congratulations go to Anna Osnick and Bodie Weber for the Grand and Reserve pen of 3. We'll now move on to the Derby, Class 1. Carson Zoot, Josie Bumgars, Matthew Bumgars, and Blake Osnick. Class 2 will be Bodie Weber, Josie Bumgars, Matt Bumgars, Bodie Weber, Jennifer Berg, and Mitchell Berg.
Class 2 Derby. Bodie Weber, Josie Bumgars, Matthew Bumgars, Bodie Weber, Jennifer Berg, Mitchell Berg. On deck.
How do you know? How do you know?
Nice first class of Derby Hogs out here, and the sheer class winner for me, it doesn't as far as rate of game, but just as far as balance, shape up high, and still being fresh for as much as heat as that thing put away. The young man Sparrow here to the left of me, the velvet hog there, he'll be your class winner. That one's got a tremendous amount of curvature in the upper part of his rib cage, shape down the top side of his scalp, and then you start studying numbers on the front side of his shoulder patch there. That one can pound a feed bucket as far as gets weight of gain per day. You know, between 2 and 3 becomes, I know there's differences as far as what their daily gain is and where they're at right now. You know, I don't get hung up on what a hog gains every day because these things got different growth patterns, different growth curves. I know genetics play an important part of it, and I know some get set back as far as they might get sick or something like that, but I still think there's one out here that offers product. You get in behind him, he's got shape, he's got rib, he's got body, he's got tremendous amount of power. Leaving you, young lady skilled over the barrel here to the left of me. He's got to go second this particular drive. And then we land on the Duroc hog that's big and kind, big in his kind. He's got a big frame to him. He's still got shape up high for a red one. Gets a little bit flatter in the backside of his skeleton wall than what I prefer ideal, but a barrel that's got a lot of cutability from his hip forward. I just need to see some more expression as he leads me right there. But a nice barrel for that young man to exhibit in front of us this morning. Round out the class with another one that's just got a good build about him, just not enough bulk and shape up high, but a nice project for that young man throughout the summer. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
All right, class number 1 in the Derby was Blake Ghosting winning. Number 2 is Joseph Bumgarth. Third is Matt Bumgarth. If you look over to the right, on 2, it says their daily gain. And also, if you notice, the kids in the show ring now have got a sticker on their shirt which tells their daily gain, so the judge knows what it is. Now, the beginning weights were bigger than normal. But Blake's Pig did a 2.68 per day. Matt did 2.25. Josie's did a 193, and Carson's did a 192. In this class, you'll notice that bigger pigs probably didn't gain quite as well as the lighter pigs. And again, they were weighed late because of the COVID virus. Normally they're weighed at about 50, 60 pounds, and this time they were up to 170. So it's a different world we live in. We're now on class 2 of the Derby swine. Bodie Weber, Josie Baumgart, Matt Baumgart, Bodie Weber again, Jenna and Mitchell Berberg. Pigs weigh from 243 to 289 pounds with a weight gain of 1.23 to 1.95. Next, we'll start with the purebred breeding gilts and the Berkshires. Another nice class of Derby hogs to round out the Derby hog division with. And the one I'm going to utilize to win this particular class, I mean, doesn't just as far as just his rate of gain, but it's as far as body cavity and shape up high when you get right down and start studying internal body dimension and density of a body cavity. The young man here in front of me is going to win this particular drive. Just as far as the barrel, it's got turn and curvature, the upper part of his rib cage. You got plenty of dimension going away from it. From there, it gets a little bit closer as which direction you want to go. And for me, I'm not going to get hung up on the numbers because I know we've had a lot of stuff thrown at us this year. Not everything got off to the right start, and I'm okay with that. But I still come back to ones that got cutability, ones that got shape, and got some dimension in the top side of their skeleton wall, the ones that can turn and go down the bottom part of their forerib when they're hanging there on the rail. The young man here to the right of me, the big belly barrel, is going to go in the second hole. That one's shapely and dense when you get on top of him. Yeah, he didn't gain 1.23, but you know what? I'm okay with that. He's still at his market terminal weight. He's still got shape. He's still got body and cavity. He's got a tremendous amount of meat laid in that skeleton wall. And then you can work your way on down the class. The young man with the blue barrel on the far side of the ring is going to go third in this particular drive. That one for me, a little bit flatter in his rib cage, a little bit more opened up in his ham-loin junction. I prefer ideal. I just need to get some more bulk and spread to match the power and dimension that the other two have. Then we can move that one on up the class as far as its build perspective on that particular man. The young lady leaving the ring is another one that just needs some more body, some more dimension in the top side. That one's got shape and power up high, just needs some more body and some more rib shape in that particular individual. Young man leaving there as well. Another barrow that's got some dimension up high, just not enough rib and body for this guy today, but a nice class of barrows and Derby hogs for them young individuals. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. place in the Class 2 goes to Mitchell Bird, second to Bodie Weber. Now we'll be picking the champion live derby. First in Class 1 was Blake Ghostnik with a daily gain of 2.68. First in Class 2 was Mitchell Bird with a 1.95 daily gain.
Well, nice class, nice group of Derby hogs from top to bottom, and I'm known that don't waste a lot of time when you get one out here and you start selecting animals. I ask them if I need to slow down a little bit. I just get in a groove and I want to keep rolling because I don't want you guys to be, I don't want to get these hogs too worked up. We still got a live show to get through, and I understand there's a time and a purpose for this, but I think there's just one out here. No matter what the numbers are, no matter what he is, it's a good piece of livestock. He's got shape, he's got dimension, he's got power when you get on top of him. Young man here in front of me with the velvet hog is going to have your champion Derby pig.
Bar is a breeding yield, Class 1, Berkshire.
We dropped that second place.
Jonathan Brigham, Alan Nexus, Andy Holstein, Carter Hoyer, and to the ring.
He dropped that second place Derby hog out of that respective first class, and I talked about that one. Yeah, he don't have the numbers that the one that wins that particular drive has, but I still thought he body shape and shape up high, and then I come back to the second place, the second class winner, and I like that one as far as his shape and dimension, and when he gets down and starts studying just density of internal body cavity, I still think he's second best. The young man here in the center of the ring will have your reserve Derby hog. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Your champion Derby pig for 2020 belongs to Blake Ghostnik, and the second place goes to Mitchell Bird. Now we will be starting with our breeding guild. First class will be Berkshire breeding guild, Lane Smith, Elena Van Rigamorter, Ella Deckers, Amy Holstein, and Carter Hoyer. Our first class of purebred breeding gilts are Berkshires with Lane Schmidt, Elena Van Rigamorter, Ella Deckers, Amy Holstein, and Carter Hoyer.
Oh, then we may have to get mine.
Good way to kick off the purebred breeding gilt classes here, and the gilt that's going to win does so as far as its proportionality from the sides, skeleton, build, and makeup. Her flexibility of the ground is what's going to separate her from the class. You step in behind her, you watch her heel placement, you watch her ankle work and everything she puts together. That one's just structurally correct for me. I'm a huge feet and leg person on these breeding females. They got to look like females that she does, but she's still stout in her forearm. Her shoulder lays correctly into her body cavity. She's got big and bold up in every part of her rib cage, but then she separates herself. This, as far as her agility, off both ends of her skeleton wall, and when she hits the surface is when she gets really, really good for me. Young man's gilt is going to follow her in second. Rivals the class winner as far as bone and footwork integrity at the ground. Just not enough bulk and spread up high when you get right down and start breaking these things down. You got to love the silhouette she gives you from the side. I like her extension from her blade forward. I just need to see some more bulk and spread in that particular gilt, but a nice female for that young man to land in second. Young lady's gilt that's going to be next. I love the feature. I love the forearm of this particular gilt. As she goes across the ring, she gets more upright in her shoulder placement. I need to reconstruct her, change the angulation of her shoulder to ground, give her a little bit more slope and curvature right there. We study that one from that standpoint. She's good in her build. She's strong in her top line. I just need to reconstruct her out of the front side of her skeleton wall for this particular guy. Young lady's gilt coming out next. Another one that's just big and bulky up high. She runs downhill for me, though. I like them that tall to the point of their shoulder, elevated, and look like ladies. That one's got product and dimension. And if she wants to get too rigid out of the backside of her skeleton wall, you go up in your higher class. Round out the class with the young man's gilt. Same can be said for that one. They need to elevate that one to the point of her shoulder, relax her at her front shoulder set for me, and just relax her at the ground, just ever so slightly. But a nice individual for that young man as well. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. Nice class of Berkshire females.
Two breeding gilts to the ring. Voting in ring order. Lacey Franken, Lady Franken, Carly Seabrand, Matt Munger.
Class 1 in our Berkshire breeding gilt. First place went to Ella Deckers. Second place, Carter Hoyer. Third to Elena Van Rigamorter. Fourth to Amy Holstein. And fifth to Lane Schmidt. We'll now go on to class 2 in the purebred breeding gilts, the Durocs. And there'll be Brody Van Rigamorter, Grayson Franken, Laney Franken, Carly Seabrand, and Matt Baumgart.
How you guys doing? Good. How about you? been a tough year. It's going good. She's tired. Take care of children all the time. She is. We go there quite a bit. Yeah. Not every day is fine. Yes, long days. And you know, we can't really. So that's kind of bad.
Hey, Will, can I move your truck a second so my parents can go through?
Oh, we talked about it.
Oh, okay. But I'll run and do it.
Push it ahead.
That's exactly why. Is that your kid? She had another one. Yeah, because they wanted to. How you doing, Elijah?
David got them.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no.
Well, we talked about it on the You pick a little bit?
Yeah. How did you
Well,
know it?
probably.
Yeah. Oh, Robin did.
I did it. Austin did it.
Oh, Austin. Yeah.
Awfully good class, Durant Gills. I think our judge has his hands full.
Nice class of red Duroc females, and the gilt that wins the class does so relatively handily, in my opinion. You talk about heaviness of structure, bold in the front part of her rib cage, her forearm sets into her correctly. She's stout in the bottom side of her jawline, and she's good over her hip and her hind leg. You step in behind her, she utilizes it correctly. She flexes at the ground the best of any of these out here in this particular drive. That's my type of female to go ahead and win this particular drive. She's bold, she's stout, she's pliable about her skeletal wall. Nice red female to land there in the first hole. Nothing to take away from the gilt second. You reconstruct this one from her hip back, she pushes that class winner even harder. Her hip forward is absolutely incredible as far as I'm concerned. As far as shape and rib and body cavity, you step off to the side of her, you study the angulation that she has out the front side of her shoulder, she gets awfully good there. For me, she wants to duck up underneath herself too much, a little bit rounder out of the back side of her hip. If you talk about heaviness of structure, heaviness of jawline, it's just got a lot of good things for a red female. I like that one a great deal as well. I just need to reconstruct her out of the back side of her skeleton wall for me. The gilt that's going to land in third rivals that class winner as far as look from the side and composition. Not as stout when I take that one to the ground as the gilt that wins the class and goes in second, but a gilt that's got flexibility, design, and look and eye appeal. I just needed to give her a shot more bone and circumference when I study her at the ground, but an exceptional red female for her as well to go out and set in the third hole. Young man's gilt is going to go fourth. I like a lot of things about this gilt. I need to set her back and her shoulder, though, for me, and then stouten her up to the ground to match with those other gilts in the top side of the class. So the gilt that's got a lot of spread up high and a lot of dimension working down the top side of her cavity. The gilt that walked out the class to round it out with. The gilt you got to love from the side. She gets too dry in the upper part of her rib cage and too tight in her ham loin for me, but a nice class of red gilt. So let's give those kids a round of applause. Excellent set of gilts.
Our direct class of breeding gilts first went to Carly Seabrand, second to Brody Van Rigamorter, third to Lady Franken. Next will be our Hampshire breeding gilt. There's only one entry of Lydia Bleeker. Only one, but she's a good one. Next will be our Hereford class, which is a relatively new class here in the last few years, starting to take off around the country. And another one that's coming back is the Tamworth.
Just a single entry Hampshire gilt, but a good one at that standpoint as far as just bone and footwork at the ground for a Hampshire individual. Anybody that tries to raise these things at home need to have their head examined once in a while because they're impossible to build. But this one here, she's loose in her structure, she's big in her forearm, her foot and her leg works correct for a Hampshire gilt, and she handles it extremely well. An exceptional Hampshire female for that young lady. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Our next class will be the Hereford breeding gilt. 4 entries in this class. Grayson Coonan, Dawson Kroon, Lydia Bleeker, and Barrett Bleeker.
So the gilts to the ring, Grayson, Dawson, Lydia, and Barrett. On deck, Matt from Poland, China. Grayson, Dawson, Lydia, and Barrett to the ring with your Hereford gilt. Lead their pigs to the ring. Their mother's first year at the fair. You lose it?
Well, a nice class of Hereford individuals out in this particular drive. The gilt that's going to win, I just like as far as this center body cavity. I'm going to tell you, she's not the loosest out of the front side of her skeleton wall, but as far as dimension and the top side of turn she has, I think that one's got adequate enough. She's got plenty of shape and dimension working down the top side of her. She's wanting to get a little ouchie on the front side of her skeleton, her pasture set. I just need to see that one just drive with some more authority, but a nice female to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young man Gilt is going to follow her in second. Rivals that class winner as far as bulk and spread up high. She too wants to get a little flatter on the front side of her pasture set than I term ideal. She's not as soft, not as correct in her pasture set at the ground as the Gilt that wins the class, but a Gilt has still got a lot of bulk and spread and a lot of density in that center part of her body cavity for me to go in second. Young man's Gilt is going to go in third. I like a great deal as far as just balance from the side. She's ideal. She's got that good show pig look about her. Body cavity is ideal in the center part of her swoop to her belly. Just not enough power and dimension when you get in behind her. She wants to break just ever so slightly right there in front of her hammerloin junction. That's getting critical on a nice type of a Hereford female. Round out the class with another Hereford Gilt. You gotta love the design she gives you from the side. She's too flat. She's dry in the bottom part of her flank for me. I just need to drop her right there, give her some more fluff, some more fill, so she can push to the top side of the class. Nice class for Hereford Gilt, so let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Wing is spotted Gilt, heading towards the ring. Thank you.
In our Class 4 breeding Gilt, first place went to Lydia Bleeker, second to Barrett Bleeker, third to Dawson Coonan, and fourth to Grayson Coonan. Next will be a single class, the Poland China Gilt, shown by Matt Baumgart, and then we will go to the spotted class, and the Orchards will conclude our purebred. And after that, we will pick the champion and the reserve champion breeding Gilt of the purebred, and then we'll go to the crossbred breeding Gilt. We're not done yet.
Just a single entry Poland Gilt in this particular drive, and a Gilt that's got a lot of good about her for a Poland female. You love the shape she has down the top side of her skeleton. She's not wanting to get out and drive the best of this young man. get her that pin. We'll bring her out here against her contemporaries in the champion purebred drive. And a nice pulling female for that young man. Let's give him a round of applause.
Some days you're just scared of your own shadow. All right, next we have a spotted breeding yoke. 4 entries in this class. Cole Hoyer, Josie Bumgarner, Carter Hoyer, and Lane Schmidt.
Spotted hog to the barn. Cole Hoyer, Josie Bumgarner, Carter Hoyer, and Lane Schmidt to the ring. On deck, North, Lily Schaefer, Trevor Lucy, Jackson Harmon, Cole Hoyer, Alan Decker. York on deck, spots in the ring.
How are you? Is it good friend? I mean, is it really considered busy? Coming back?
All right, then our purebred breeding gilts is spotted class. Cole Hoyer, Josie Bumgarner, Carter Hoyer, and Lane Schmidt.
Start hitting your Yorkshire gilt to the ring. Chloe Schaefer, Trevor Lucy, Jackson Harmon, Cole Hoyer, Alan Decker. York breeding gilt.
little more challenging class in this particular drive of spots, and just not one that you just gravitate towards and say she's got to win this drive. So I just come back to one. Yeah, she's probably the skinniest one out here by a mile, and I'm okay with that. But her feet and her legs correct, her skeleton build's correct. She's right in her angles out of her shoulders, and she can continue to float around this ring. If I could get her to bulk up and spread and get some more dimension in center body cavity, this one becomes awfully good. Just as far as functionality for a spot female. Young man to the left of me here will have your class winner. Just as far as his foot and leg placement, like I said, she's skinny, but she's got to bulk up and spread up high for me. But just as far as skeleton build and the look she gives you from the side, she's got to win the particular class as far as her utilization of her hip and her hind leg. Young lady's guilt is going to go second. If we can get this one to drive and I can actually get a good look and read on this one, we can talk about this one a little bit more. We talk about one that's opened up the backside of her blade cavity, shapely down the top side of her skeleton. That's the one you need to tie into. For me, I need to reconstruct her up front. She wants to get pigeon-toed when she comes right at you, and I need to give her a shot more look. From her blade forward, a little bit crustier on the front side of her neck, while an eye term ideal. But a gilt that's got a lot of bone, a lot of feature. I just need to see that one get out and go. Young man's gilt is going to go third to 379 gilt. I love that one silhouette from the side. Skin and hair on that one's very, very good. For me, she's too short, too round out of the backside of her hip. If she wants to drop her neck below her chine, I need to elevate her there at the point of her shoulder, get that neck tie higher on the top side of her cavity wall for me. But a nice class of females for them young individuals. Let's give those spot exhibitors a nice round of applause.
In our spot division, Carter Hoyer has the champion spot in gilt, followed by Josie Baumgart, number 2, Cole Hoyer, number 3, and Lane Smith, 4th. We're now going to have our Yorkshire class of breeding gilt with Chloe Schaefer, Trevor Lucy, Jackson Harmon, Cole Hoyer, and Ella Decker. 5 in this class.
In the barn, start getting your crossbred breeding gilts ready. Class 1, Isaiah Lammer, Taylor Glavica, Hannah Oshie, Chloe Schaefer, Jennifer Bird, Brooklyn Miles, Ryder Rookman, Isaiah Lammer, and Trevor Lewis.
Are you the boss or what?
Yes, me.
Nice class of Yorkshire females, and undeniably easy class winner is a young man on the far side of the ring, and the glasses there. Gilda just gives you so many good looks from this side. You study that one's joint work, you study her bone and her footwork at the ground. Logical place for me to land on that particular individual. Let's drive. It comes closer between 2 and 3, but I'm going to come back and utilize the young lady's skill over here to the far side of me. That one looks like the class winner, just not as much bulk and spread up high. Wants to get a little softer on the front side of her pasture set for me as I turn my deal, but I just need to bulk that one up. And she's going to come with it. You study that one's joint work at the ground. She rivals that class winner as far as bone and integrity. I just need to elevate her just ever so slightly at the point of her shoulder and get some more round and curvature in the upper part of her rib cage. But a fantastic Yorkshire female to land there in the second hole. Then you get into 3 that are similar in their type, their kind, and build. We got to fix them structurally. Also, their skeleton wall for me. Yeah, that's just where we're at. As far as skeleton build, feet and leg integrity is where I get critical on some of these things. I'm going to talk about it all day because we got to get it fixed. We got to get these things right if we're going to continue to progress and make these things better. And I come back to one, she doesn't blow you away as far as just overall power dimension, but she's the best when she hits the ground of the 3 that we got left to talk about. She handles her hind leg correctly. She's the best out of the front side of her shoulder. It's the young man here in front of me. As far as just skeleton build, I need to bulk her up though and squirt her down to the ground just ever so slightly. But as far as just practicality of build, looseness of structure, she's got to land in the 3rd hole because of that. Then you can push her on up the class. The gilt is going to land in 4th. This little one here in front of me. Stout feature, stout individual for me. She wants to drop her forearm to the front side of her cavity wall. I need an elevator at the point of her shoulder. It's just blend that shoulder just ever so slightly. She wants to run downhill on it, and she wants to drop that front forearm to the side of her body cavity wall. I just need an elevator and set her, tie her head and her neck on the top side of her spine a notch better. As she goes across that ring, you want to see how she paddles out in front of her. I just need to reconstruct her up front, just a nickel for me. Round out the gilt, round out the class with another gilt. It's good in her built from the side. She concaves when she cries her wife for me. I need to square her up from pin hawk to ground. Just strengthen her in her top line just ever so slightly. And she can push on up the class as well. Nice class of Yorkshire female. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
In the Yorkshire class, our first place went to Cole Hoyer, second to Ella Deckers, third to Trevor Lusing, fourth to Chloe Schaefer, and fifth to Jackson Harmon. We will now select our champion purebred breeding gilt from the Berkshires. Class 1, Ella Deckers was the champion. Second was Carter Hoyer. The Duroc, first was Carly Seabrand. Second was Brody Manrigamorter. In the Hampshires was Lydia Bleeker. In the Herefords was Lydia Bleeker. Second, Barrett Bleeker. Matt Bumgard had the purebred Poland gilt. Spotted was Carter Hoyer. And second was Josie Bumgard. And in the Yorkshire, first was Cole Hoyer. Second was Ella Decker. So we will be picking a champion from the 6, 7 individual breeding class. And then we will move on to the crossbred gilt.
In the bottom, class 1 breeding work, Edward Rick, Isaiah Lambert, Kayla Claveringa, Anna Osteen, Chloe Schaefer, Jennifer Bird, Brooklyn Kyle, Ryan Wilson, Isaiah Lambert, and Trevor Lucy.
Let's give all these kids a round of applause for their excellent group for purebred breeding gilts. And I'm happy with what I got out here, but I think there's one out here that just exemplifies build and structure and flexibility. She looks like a female. She looks like she's going to go home and be a tremendous generator for this young lady. The Duroc Field's going to be your champion. We dropped that reserve Duroc in out of respected breed, and I talked about that one from her hip forward. She's tremendously unique for a Duroc female. Stout her feature, big and pulled up high. I just need to reconstruct her. As she get in behind that one, you study her from her hip back. She wants to duck up underneath herself, but I still think she gets in contention here. I just think there's another one out here as far as what she is for breed representation, as far as where she is, as far as bone and footwork, and her agility to utilize that hind leg and push and plant. I like the Hampshire second best.
Our champion purebred goes to Carly Seabrand with her Duroc entry, and a reserve went to Lydia Bleeker with her Hampshire entry. Congratulations to both of you. Now we're going on to the crossbred breeding gilts. In the first class, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 entries. Picked away from 201 to 239.
I'm done. Oh, I like it. I like it. Well, my leg's never been this thin. And not banged up. Not banged up. That's why I always do what I do.
Brenda's husband. So are you doing some?
We did in February and March. Arizona for 10 days. Palm Springs, California.
No, Brenda always went to Palm Springs. Oh, that's good.
That's good.
Sitting there. I know that. I do too. Depends on how the election goes. I'll straighten out. I know. So, do you live in the area that like?
Class 2, crossbred breeding gills.
Oh, really? Okay.
Start heading towards the ring.
Our college roommates.
Waco Sink, Danica Post, Elena Manrique Mortar, Josie Bronzers, Waco Sink, Matt Bronzers, Odie Weber, Maya Rusman, Deanna Post.
Oh, no.
Class 2, crossbred breeding gills. Thing now, we have our first class of crossbred breeding gills. Isaiah Lammert, Taylor Claveringa, Anna Osney, Chloe Schaefer, Jennifer Burke, Brooklyn Bile, Ryer Ruthman, Isaiah Lammert, and Trevor Lucy.
Yeah. No, it was, actually, it was, I think, we did something that was with, Matt Lutwig was still with us. Yeah. Might have been when he left. I don't remember, but yeah. I think it was.
Hey, I'll go.
Yeah. Somehow Brenda likes it. He got it. I'm really glad that it's yeah, now that's right. You're right. Yeah, yeah. 2 grandkids here. They actually keep them in a building.
Somebody said we can't see the people. So we could,
Right there, you're so pleased. Yes, and just go stand and.
oh, it's a good
Right.
Yeah, you call.
Yeah. Well, then they showed in the center too. Yeah, and kind of just that somebody else came in and but you know, it's really good conversation.
Well, you guys have a good day.
Nice class of crossbred breeding gilts here to kick off the crossbred side. And the one that wins, she wins, and she does so relatively handily. As far as the skeleton build, flexibility at the ground, her hind legs incredibly good. She flexes, she pushes, and she drives correct for me. Young lady's chromed up gilt here in front of you to be her class winner. You step in behind her, she's clean in her joints, she's square out, pin hock to ground. She gives you that show gilt look from the side. She's fitted up good for me. I like that look when she gets off to the side of you. Get that one's head up just a nickel more, and we can rock and roll on that one just all day long. It gets close between 2 and 3 because you got two different ends of the spectrum. You got one that's tall-shouldered, good looking, maybe not as stout at the ground. Then you got one that's big and bold and robust in the center part of her body cavity. And I just need to change her up front so you come back to just what you want to do and which ones you feel more comfortable with building as far as just general basic and skeleton build. And I've always been a skeleton guy. I'll give up some bone and integrity just for good looking hogs. They're good, they're pointing their shoulder, and angulations are correct, and the pasture sets are good. That's what's going to land that young lady's gilt. The second hole is as far as body cavity and just her elevation at the point of her shoulder. She's better there in the gilt that's going to land in third. Just a nice female for that young lady. Young man's gilt is going to go in third. I love the center part of this one's body cavity. For me, I need to reconstruct her up front. She wants to get softer on the front side of her pasture set. But she gets a little bit plainer about her head and her neck carriage for me. But from that standpoint, from her blade forward, you talk about power, you talk about dimension, and agility out of her hind leg. That one's very, very good. I just need to reconstruct her on the front side of her skeleton wall. The blue gilt that comes out next, you like a lot of things about as far as his integrity of heaviness and structure. She wants to rock forward in the front side of her shoulder wall. Can't get that head above her shoulders naturally for me. But a gilt that's got a lot of product and a lot of shape down the top side of her. The longer the drive wears on, she wants to swing outside of her skeleton for me. They got to go north and south to keep everything cool, calm, and collected. But a nice female for that young man. Black gilt coming out next. You like her as far as stoutness of feature, forearm shape, and bone and footwork. For me, she gets flatter when you step in behind her. Not enough spread in the pin set. When you study that one from pin hock to ground, I need to bust her open right there when you step in behind her. Same can be said for the young lady's gilt coming out next. A little bit plainer in her head, not as stout in her jawline. Take that one to the ground. We need to bulk that one up, give her some more substance. We round out the class with gilts that just need to be fixed structurally off both ends of their skeleton wall. One going across the ring there wants to roll forward in her shoulder. Need to elevate that one and just make her blend and go nickel better. The gilt's going to round out the class. Flatter and drier about their bottom part of their rib cage and the bottom part of their flank. They just need to bulk them up, get them to flesh up a little bit. Excellent class of crossbred gilts to start off with.
Our class 1 crossbred breeding gilt. First place went to Chloe Schaefer, second to Hannah Ostening, third to Ryer Rutman, fourth to Trevor Lucing. We will now begin our class 2 crossbred breeding gilt. There are 9 entries in this class as well. Class 3 pig crossbred gilt
Get ready in the barn. Laying a bit of big order. Carson Zeus, Claire Bleeker, Gail Weber, Taylor Claveringa, Bryce Osteny, Odie Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Josie Dunbar, Claire Bleeker, Chloe Schaefer. Class 3 crossbred breeding gill. Head them towards the ring.
In the ring right now, we have class 2 of the crossbred breeding guild. Entered here is Blake Osting. We have 9 of them. Danica Post, Elena Van Ringemorter, Josie Bumgard, Blake Osting, Matt Bumgard, Odie Weber, Ryer Rusman, and Kiana Post.
Sorry for taking a little bit more time on this class. I'm just not one that just gravitates towards the top of the class, but they all got some issues I need to fix here and there. But I keep coming back to the one. She's not the flashiest one. I can drop her into the tanning bed or drop her out in the sunlight for the next 30 days. Get this one to darken up, and we can talk about this a lot more. I keep coming back to just structural integrity, forearm size, height of shoulder, just the agility out of her hind leg. I know she's starting to break down on me, but I think she's the best out here as far as just where her hook to hock and its ground placement is. It's a young man's flat heel here in front of me. And talk about upper shape and bulky rib cage in that one. That one's got to win just as far as spread up high. The stoutness of forearm that one has laid into her. And then she just utilizes her hind leg. She stays the squarest and cleanest from pin hock to ground as anything else we got out here. And that's where she lands. As far as cleanliness of joints and her ability to go off both ends of their skeleton. We get into some that we're going to break down here as far as just structural integrity, feet and leg placement. We talk about hock placement. From pin hock to ground. They got to be clean in their joints, they got to be correct in their angles, and they got to continue to surface and push and plant and drive. And that's where we're getting into some of these where they need to be fixed. Yeah, they're shapely, they're good looking from the side, but I get in behind them, and that's where I'm going to get critical, is they got to be able to maintain, they got to be able to maintain integrity to the ground. I come back to one, and again, it's just her ability to utilize her hip and her hind leg. She's the frailest in her front arm when I step off to the side of them and I start evaluating where they are from arm to ground, but she's still the best that she can pull her tail, hold her hock behind her tail head. The best of what we have out here is the young man's calico gill. She's going to land in second, just as far as agility out of her hip and her hind leg. I need to clean her up in her joint work just as she goes away from me just ever so slightly, and then stouten her up in her front arm placement. And she comes right at you. She's big and bold about the center of her body cavity. Instead of her going across the ring, though, I need to stouten her up in her bone work as she hits the surface. Then you got three gills that rival each other as far as look, kind, and composition from the side. I come back to one. If you can just fix her as she travels away from me, she can probably win the class. But I need to reconstruct her from pin hock to ground. She wants to push on both sides of her hook wall for me. I need to clean her up in her joints just ever so slightly. It's the young lady's gill here in front of me. I love that one's boldness when you get on top of that one. She's stout, she's bold, she's pliable. I just need to make her go and hinge better out of the backside of her hip and her hock wall for me. As a breeding female, you project these things, they got to make the next generation better. I need to change her right there. She travels away from me. Young man's gilt is going to go in fourth. Looks like that gilt that lands in third. As far as silhouette from the side, her too, I need to reconstruct her in her ham-loin junction. She wants to wrinkle as she travels across the ring, and then loosen her up out of her hip and her hind leg as well. The longer we get out here, they want to swing outside themselves instead of utilizing and going north and south. The shapely, burly one, if you like them shapely and dense in their body cavity and heavy structure, this is the one you got to tie into, and I'm not going to disagree with that one bit. For me, she's too round out of the backside of her hip. She gets really tight when she starts traveling out of this. But that one's shapely up high. I just got to reconstruct her as she goes away from me. She's rigid out of her hock placement. I just need to reconstruct her skeleton-wise as long as the drive continues on. That's where I get critical on things. The gill coming out next, a predominantly black-headed gill, big and bold and stout. I like that a great deal about her. She wants to wing blade herself as she comes right at me. And then when she's pushing the limits as far as being outside of her cavity wall, and she's stepping behind her, she's lacking plenty of power. Gilt's on down the line. Just got to fix them structurally again off both ends, square them up as they hit the surface on this particular individual opinion today. Like I said, it's just my opinion, how I evaluate them. I like them good at the ground, and they pack the extras on top of it. Gil coming out next. She's good in her ankles and her skeleton build. Just not enough of her to go any higher in class. Round out the class with the Gil is shapely up high, too dry in her body cavity for me. Wants to get choppy out of the backside of her skeleton wall. Nice class of crossbred Gil. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Our Class 2 breeding guild results. First place went to Matt Bumgard, second to Ryer Rootman, and third to Blake Ostening. Now the Class 3 crossbred breeding guild. The Helena Van Rigamorter, Carson Zoot, Claire Bleeker, Gail Weber, Kaylor Claveringa, Bryce Ostening, Bodie Weber, McKenna Claveringa, Josie Bumgard, Claire Bleeker, and Chloe Schaefer. In case you joined us late today, our judge is Andy Jacobson, Osceola, Iowa. He's got a son and a daughter in 4-H and show pigs, and he is a show pig producer.
deliveries? I do. Actually, I think he's done it. Yeah, the next boy started. He started out kind of like the short and stout, but all of a sudden just his rate of gain for vertical is pretty good now. Yeah. That's short. Well, I just saw today when they started this thing I think it's cool that it's small have torture for. So he makes some of them really work. Yeah, he keeps his own. Yeah. He seems to pick them out. So. Yeah. True life. One's breathing guild and the fact that we got market no, these three we got to
Really good class of crossbred breeding guilds here, and the one that wins does so just as far as its balance and proportions. You talk about one that's dense body, heavy in her bone structure, and handles her hind leg extremely good for as much as she's packing. When you get on top of that thing, she is busted open out of the backside of her skeleton. She carries it back tremendously into a ham-loin junction that's blown open. Her tail root is deep. Your hip and her hind leg lays into her directly. This is an outstanding female. Go ahead and lynch the your drive. You like a fat bone, round bone, and dense their bone cavity. The gilt is going to land in seconds. The gilt you need to tie into. For me, when I get in behind her from pin, hockey ground, and her joint work, she wants to push on the outer side of her left hock wall, just a nickel for me. But that one is burly. She's dense and her heavy. She is heavy bone. I just need to clean her up in her joints. Set her down, square and true, or she travels away from me, and just reconstruct her ever so slightly on them front feet. They can be fed to this gilt in third. I like a lot of things about this one as far as this fullness up high, the turn she has, the upper part of her rib cage, and then her flexibility on the front 1/3 of her skeleton. I get critical on that one when I step in behind her. These things get out here, they don't want to go and push and plant. These things have got to go, and they got to be able to continue to travel. But those are two high quality gilts to go 2 and 3 in this particular class. The calico gilt coming out next. This one is heavy and dense and bold. For me, she's a frailest in her bone work. She's a frailest in her foot placement. When I take that one to the surface, but that one's got forward-making potential on her. I love that one's forearm shape. I love that one's skull. How she opens up out the backside of her cavity. Carries it back tremendously well. I need to fix her when I hit that one at the ground. Stop her up to her bone and her footwork to match what she has up high. But an outstanding female to land at the 4th hole. Young man's blue gilt that comes out next. You want to talk about structural integrity? This is the one you're going to land on. For me, she's not enough bulk and spread power up high on this particular gilt. Footwork on this one's very good. She just gets a little bit plainer about her makeup compared to the gilts above her in class, but an outstanding female to land in that 4th hole, the 5th hole for that young man. Clean her up just ever so slightly down the bottom part of her lymph node, wanting to drop just a little bit for me. That's getting critical on one that's heavy footed, heavy bone, and very good from the side. Just not enough of her to get her to go up any higher in class. Gilt coming out next, just shapely and dense about her body cavity. She's too crusty on the top side of her neck wall. I need to extend her neck out in front of her blade just more for me, and then fix her in her ham-loin junction. But a gilt that's got a tremendous amount of product related to her as well. Gilt coming out next, another gilt that's good and practical in her build. Just need to fix her structurally off both ends, stouten them up in their feature when they hit the surface. Round out the class with gilts. Just ran into a bell ringer of a class. It's got gilts, it got product, it got dimension. He just ran into a horsepower class where we need to stouten them up from both ends of their spectrum. But an outstanding class of crossbred gilts. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations. In first place goes to Chloe Schaefer. Second place to Claire Bleacher. Third to Josie Baumgart. Now we have Class 4 breeding guild. Josie Baumgart, Ella Deckers, Cole Hoyer, Lane Deckers, Brody Van Rigamorter, Maren Schaefer, MacArthur, Scheidemann with 2 pens, and Margot Scheidemann with 3 pens. 3 individuals, excuse me. After this class, we will select the champion breeding guild from both the crossbred and the purebred contenders, and then we'll move on to the market guild part of the show.
No.
Yeah, that's 2 or 3 years ago.
Really, so figure out.
Nice class around out the crossbred breeding gilt show, and the gilt is going to win. Just so as far as functionality, being able to keep her hind leg correct, and then her spine plays in her directly. She's big forearm. She's tremendous out of the backside of her skeleton wall. She carries it down the top side. She's strong in her top line. You know, if I was going to get critical on that one, does she got enough bulk, enough rib right now? Probably not, but that one's still structurally correct. When you hit that one at the surface, she's stout in her mug. She's busted open when she comes right at you. Just an outstanding female to go ahead and win the particular drive. The bluegill's going to land in second. This one's a hind leg for being a sheer class winner because that one is big. She's bulky. She's dense. The center part of her body cavity, I need to fix her from hitting off the ground. She's pushing the envelope from being outside of her skeleton wall. But you talk about one from hips forward. She's stout. She's bold. She's got a huge forearm in her. Her skull line is stout. It's robust. I just need to reconstruct her from her hip back, from hip to ground. She's got to be better as she travels away from me. But a nice female for that young man to land in the second hole. Young man's gilt is going to go in third. You got to like the silhouette she gives you from the side. She's too upright in her spine for me. I need to relax her in her spine and just give her more bulk and spread in the bottom part of her forearm and then her flank area. Get her to drop just ever so slightly right there in the center part of her body cavity. And then we can talk about that one because that one's got big legs. She's got big feet. She's just too upright at the top side of her skeleton wall for me to get to go up any higher class. Young man's gilt is going to go in fourth. Heavy bone, heavy footed. Just too hard about the top side of her skeleton. Just need to fix her at a ham loin junction just ever so slightly. She gets rigid as she travels away from you as the drag wears on. Gilt coming out next. Another one that's big and bulky in the center part of her body cavity. Carrying a little bit more excess condition than I term ideal right now for where she's at. Then just open her up when she travels away from you. She's the flattest in the backside of her ham loin junction. She doesn't open up and expressive like the gilt above her, but a nice type of a practical female to land in the fifth hole. Gilts on down the line that are big in their scale work, big in their bone work. This gilt that just run out of sheer power and dimension when you get down into them. Chester gill on the far side. That thing is heavy, heavy structured, heavy bone. She's just too plain in her makeup for me to get going up higher in class, but that one's just heavy in her own right to get you any higher. Gilts on down the line. We just need to fix them structurally off both ends of their skeleton, open them up as they come at you and as they leave you. But a nice class of females. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Results from Class 4 breeding gilt. First goes to Marin Franken, second to Cole Hoyer, third to Brody Van Rigamorter, and fourth to Lane Decker. We'll now be picking the champion crossbred breeding gilt. We need Marin Franken, Floyd Schaefer, Matt Bumgard, and Chloe Schaefer with another one from Class 1. After that, we will pick the grand champion breeding gilt, which will be the champion of the crossbreds and the purebreds. So in that, we'll need Carly Seabrand and Lydia Bleak.
In the barn. Any Holstein, bring your purebred marking gilt. towards the ring. And then we'll begin with the crossbred market guild. Class 1, Lucy, the Dan Lammers, Gold Warrior, Matthew Lumber, Amy Hoyt, Abe Steve Out, Mitchell Berg, and Hannah Olsen.
So if you can, put your hands together for the short class winners out in this respected crossbred breeding guild drive. Now, there's always some give and take when you come to these county fairs, but I think out in this particular drive, all four of these kind of resemble each other. I mean, the gilt coming out of first class, I talked about that one just from the side of the standpoint of structural correctness. You study out one's joint triangulation of her hind leg, and her passion set is correct. You know, I get her back out here. If I can get critical on that one, she's coming right at you. I just need to lift her up just ever so slightly and square those front toes just a nickel for me. But that one's got a tremendous amount of future left ahead of her. That one's opened up when you get in behind her. Spread out the backside of her hips, very, very good. Young man's guild, black guild out here. I just talked about that one in class. She's just the practical type of a guild. She gets back out here. Yeah, she's not the classiest one we got out here as far as forearm, front leg placement, back hip and hind leg. That one's got to be talked about as well because she does a lot of things good and she handles it very well. Guild out of the third class. That one, she comes through. Big forearm, dents in the center part of her body cavity, tremendous amount of shape up high when you get in behind that one. She still travels away with you, plenty of squareness and flex of the hind legs very good. Her joint works good, her ankle placement's extremely well. You know, some of her call her too lethargic in a grand drive, but I'm okay with that because she still handles herself and she still gets around this ring with comfort. And the guild out of the last class, if we could pack the punch in that one, that guild out of that third class, I mean, it would be a tough decision, but for me, it comes down to just power, dimension, and body cavity today. Young lady with the belt of guild going across the center of the ring is going to be a champion across the breeding guild. Drop that second place class. winner, second place gilt out of that class, quick running crossbred gilt. I talked about that one, it's fat-legged. She's dense in her center part of her body cavity. I got critical on that one when I hit that one at the surface from hawk to ground. I need to square her up, just a nickel for me to get her to push another one. I think out this drive, if we can get more bulk and fill on this one, she pushes that champion crossbred gilt even awfully harder. I love that one, skeleton built, hip and hind leg. That look she gives you from the side. The young lady out of the last class will have your reserve champion crossbred.
Congratulations to Chloe Schaefer, 100-gram champion crossbred breeding gilt. Congratulations to Maren Franken for her reserve champion. Now we'll have an overall grand champion breeding gilt. Champion Chloe Schaefer showing against Zebra. Carly with her champion Durai. Lydia on deck. Maren on deck.
I'm not going to waste a lot more time. I know we got a lot more pigs to get through, and I want to get through these things relatively quickly but efficiently. And I hope I don't bore a lot of people to death on the microphone when I talk about these females, because back home, I sold all my sows 3 years ago, and I started rebuilding last year. And I'd load up either one of these two and take them home and build on them, because they both bring a lot of goods to the table as far as what they do as far as functionality and build and proportions. You know, we talk about, looseness of structure, but I think proportions are what we got to get to, because balance is key. And then you got the ones that pack the esters on top of it. I'm going to talk each one real quick. The Durai gilt, that one is a creature as far as soundness of forearm, jawline. She comes right at you. She's opened up. She's square. If I wanted to get hard on that one, her front feet need to hit the surface square. And when she hits the ground, I know she's a purebred breeding gilt, but that one's got to be just a shot bigger in her back foot for me to match what she's got up high. But that one's got breeding potential packed all over that one as far as a red female to be able to crack and go like that. We land on this crossbred gilt, this one here. If you want to paint a picture of one, you want to get out your steno pad, you want to draw one, this is what you need to draw up. Extension from her forearm forward, the blade shape she has working out of the backside of her cavity, and then she get on top of that one. She is square, she is round ribbed, and she carries that extremely well, and she still utilizes that hip and that hind leg correctly for as much as she's packed. And when you get out and study that one, she's dense, she's heavy structured, she's my favorite one. She's going to be your champion breeding gilt. You drop that reserve crossbred breeding gilt, and I talked that one, how she rivals that one that wins as far as this look from the side, composition, attractiveness in the front 1/3 of her cavity. Maybe not as much bulk and spread when you start studying center body cavity, but that's getting highly critical on one that's got a tremendous amount of time to go ahead and mass and bulk up. You know, I still come back to one. I don't care where you go anywhere in the country, if it's a junior show, a national show, I'm a sucker for purebreds and I'm a sucker for red ones. I think that one's second best today, an outstanding red female.
Congratulations goes to Chloe Schaefer for a champion crossbred breeding gilt and her overall grand champion breeding gilt. Second reserve champion went to Carly Seabrand with her Duroc gilt. We'll now start the Market Hog Show with purebred gilts. Amy Holstein has a single in Berkshire class and a single in the Duroc class. And then we will move to the crossbred market gilt.
In the barn, class 1 market gilts. Macy Losing, Isaiah Lammers, Cole Hoyer, Matt Funkman, Keenan Heuser, Gabe Skibout, Mr. Verberg, and Anna Osting, first class crossbred market gilt. Send them towards the ring.
Just 2 entries in this first class of market gilts and the purebreds, and the one that's going to win does so, and she does it so as far as skeleton build and structural correctness at the ground, and then she's still got power dimension when you get on top of her, and her agility off both ends of her skeleton. The red gilt's going to win the market drive, followed up by the Berkshire. The Berkshire's got a lot of shape working down the top side of her. To me, she's too restrictive out of the back side of her skeleton wall to beat one that can flex the drive the way that red one does. Nice class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to Amy Holstein on both the first and second place. First place, Duroc gilt. Second place, Berkshire market gilt. We will now start with our crossbred market gilt. Class number 1, pigs weighing from 191 to 239.
Hey, you're in the next class. You know that?
9 pigs in this class.
Class 1, get them to the ring. Macy, Isaiah, Cole, Matt, Kanan, Gabe, Mitchell, and Anna. Class 1 market gilt. First call, Class 2 CrossFit Market Guild. Bryce, Jenna, Merritt, Gail, Mitchell, Price, Lady, Gail, Merritt. Class 2 Market Guild.
In the ring now, we have our first CrossFit Market Guild class. Macy Clark, Isaiah Lammers, Cole Hoyer, Matt Baumgart, Keenan Heiser, Gabe Skibout, Mitch Overberg, and Anna Goldsmith, Kayla Claveringus.
Nice class of Market Guilds to lead off here with. The Young Ladies Guild across the center of the ring does so. She does so just as far as relatively handily, in my opinion. structural build and then shape up top. When you study that one and her curvature she has in the upper part of her rib cage as she carries it back to her ham loin junction, carries it down extremely well. Nice skill to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young man skill that's going to go in second. She is stout mug, stout formed, and heavy in her structure. She's not enough body, enough center body cavity in that one for me today to go against one that's got so much more up high than what she has. So that one's heavy structure, heavier in her bone work. Just need more body in that one for me to go above the class winning gilt. Young man skill that's going to go in third. The white gilt on the far side of the ring. That one's just practical in her build, loose in her structure, heavy in her bone work, and flexible up both ends. Just not as sharp up in the front 1/3 of her cavity as I term ideal, but a nice type of a show pig for that young man as he rounds out that class with. Young man's belted gilt on the far side, the south side of the ring, a nice gilt from the side. You gotta appreciate. A little bit flatter in the internal side of her body cavity. Flatter, she travels away from you too. Just need more muscle, more shape, and more spread to get to grow up in the higher class. Young man's gilt coming out next. The gilt is shapely and dense, a little bit throatier, a little more wastier in the front 1/3 of her cavity than I term. As my opinion, I like to choke her up just a little bit, get her head elevated by the top side of her spine, just a nickel, but a big body, robust type of a female to land there in the 5th hole. Young man's gilt coming out next. She's shapely and got some shag on her. She's too round in the front side of her shoulder, too dry in the center part of her body cavity. I need to track her away. As she goes away from me, it's better. She wants to get rigid on the back side of her pasture set. Gilt's on down the line. We just need to fix structurally, get more bulk and more fill in them. But Gilt's got a lot of time to go ahead and bulk up and mass up for them individuals. Nice class of market Gilts. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Winner in Class 1 was Anna Osney, second was Matt Baumgart. Now we'll go on to the CrossFit Market Guild, Class number 2. Bryce Osnick, Jennifer Berg, Maren Frank, Cole Weber, Gail Weber, Miss Weber, Bryce Osnick, Lady Franken, Barrett Bleak.
Class 2 market, gilts to the ring. Class 3 on deck. Class 2 pace, Bryce Osnick, Jennifer Berg, Maren Franken, Gail Weber, Mitchell McClure, Bryce Osnick, Lady Franken, Barrett Bleeker. To the ring, please.
So nice class of market yields. And the young man here in front of me is going to win this class as far as proportions from the side, being the most opened up as she comes right at me. She's blown apart in the center part of her body cage. And when you get on top of her, she's shapely. She's got rib cage, and I like that a great deal about her. If I could reconstruct her out of her hind leg, that's where I get critical on that one. But that one's awfully unique from the side. She's stout forearm. She's correct on the angulation of her shoulder. She carries it back extremely, extremely well. From there, you can go a couple different ways. For me, I just come back to one that's incredibly balanced from the side, packing a tremendous amount when you get on top of her. Hind legs extremely, extremely good. But if I got to fix her up front, she gets a little bit plainer about her head and her neck carriage for me. But that one from her rib shape back is extremely good. Center part of that one's awfully fun to look at. You set that one into motion, and her hind legs incredibly, incredibly good. Young lady on the far side of the ring with the belted gilt is going to go second. This is a nice female. I just need to crisp her up, the front 1/3 of her cavity, strengthen her under her pastures to match that gilt that wins that particular class, but two nice females to go 1 and 2. The third place gilt, you gotta like a lot of things about this one. That one's got a huge forearm. She's dense in her body cavity, shapely down the top side of her. For me, I need to reconstruct her in her front knee. She's too upright. I need to change the angulation and slope from blade knee to ground just ever so slightly as I step off to the side of that one and then feel that ham-loin junction she wants to wrinkle. I know I'm getting critical on a market hog, but that's where I got to change that one just to be where I want to be on making market hogs better. Young lady's black gilt that's going to come out next. That one is heavy, heavy bone, stout and dense in her center part of her body cavity. She's too moderate in her flame score for me. She's too low on the front side of her pasture set, but that one's burly. When you get on top of her, she's stout. When you get on top of her, I just need to elevate her, frame her up just a nickel to get her to go up any higher in class. But that's a nice female to land there in the 4th hole as well. Gilt on down the line here, coming out next and 4th. The gilt that's got tremendous amount of look from the side. Just runs out of sheer body and power and dimension for me to match the gilt to go any higher in class. The gilt coming out next. Another one, I talked to that young man, just not enough bulk and spread for a market hog individual. I just need to flesh her up. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle laid into her. She's too dry in the bottom part of her forearm, too hard about the center part of her body cavity for me. And then you loosen her up in the front 1/3 of her structure cavity. Same can be said for this young man's skill here. Shapely, he's got a lot of power, just too hard about the center part of their body cavity, too upright in the front side of their shoulder. Nice class of females. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Conclusion of Class 2 market crossbred gilt. First place goes to Bryce Osney. Second place to Baron Frank. Third to Bryce Osney. Fourth to Barrett Bleeker. And fifth to Gail Weber. We will now have the crossbred market gilt Class number 3, pig weighing from 260 to 331.
Class 3, Market Hill to the ring. In the barn, Bryce Hope, Louis Schaefer, Annika Beckers, Jacob Van der Top, Carly Seaman, Lydia Bleeker, Lincoln Smith, Grayson Franken, Margot Scheideman. Class 3, Market Hill. Good Market, Berkshire Barrows. On deck.
Okay, we are. So then they're gonna choose one. And then there's this one, this one. There's nobody. Not until you get Aaron, Raven, yeah. Wayne. When they're how much of that at my club, okay. Yeah.
The boy pigs better get their big boy pants on because these two out in the center of the ring are very good and they're different in their own kind, they're different in their own build, and they got some similarities, but they're completely different aspects of the terms of where you want to be and how you like them. You know, it's one man's opinion today. You may not like it, you may not disagree, you may agree with it, you may disagree with it. I'm okay with it. I got to drive 4 hours home, and as long as I can get in my truck and know I made the right decision on which ones I would want to feed, which ones I'd want to put on the front of my kids when I'd be comfortable loading up, as far as proportionality, bone work, body fill is ideal on this one in my opinion. She is rolled up in the backside of her skeleton. She opens up tremendously coming at you. You get on top of her, she is square, she is dense in her body cavity. Her agility at the ground and her push and her plant is what separates these two. She's heavier in her structure, she's heavier in her jawline, and she's bolder when you get right in on top of her. For me, it's just my personal opinion. I like the chromed up gilt best in this particular drive, followed by the black gilt. I love a lot of things about that particular black gilt. For me, if I could draw her center body cavity up, she's almost a little tick full for my liking as far as the market hog setting. But that one's got a tremendous amount of shape when you get on top of her. She's not as opened up when she comes right at me compared to the class winner. Not as not a stout or jawline as I like to see for a market hog, but that gilt's got tremendous amount of power when you get right on top of her, and she wants to just hit, pound off that back left, just ever so slightly. She wants to roll just on it, not as square, not as opened up from pin hock to ground as the gilt that wins that class. That's just how I see them. That's how I differentiate between the two of them, and when I separate hogs. The gilt coming out next. I love a lot of things about this one. She probably could have been in the breeding gilt ring and got along pretty good because this one is bold and pliable when she comes right at you. Heavy structure. Love the jaw shape on this one. Love her forearm extension. For me, she wants to tuck and duck out of the backside of her skeleton wall just a nickel more than I term ideal. Her hip forward, a lot of good in that particular gilt. I just need to see her go out of that back hind wheel just a nickel better. But an outstanding female to land in a third hole for that young lady. The gilt in fourth. The gilt I just talked about, just look from the side, stoutness of feature when you get on top of her. Her jaw and her headline's correct. She funnels at the ground. She's the narrowest for as much as she's packing. She wants to close the gap too much for me for as much shape as she has up high to get her grow up any higher in class. But a nice gilt that's going fourth hole as well. Young man's gilt coming out next. I talked to each and every one of these kids about where we need to change these things and how we need to make them better. It's just seed bucket and how we get these things presented. Fluff and fill on this one. She's flatter in the bottom part of her forehead, more restricted out of the front side of her skeleton. She's got to go better for me getting higher in class. So she's shapely and got a lot of product there, just not enough center body cavity for me. Young man's barrel gilt coming out next. Same thing can be said for her. That is heavy bone, dense in his bone work, too flat in his rib cage for me, too flat in the bottom part of his flank area as well. But a nice individual for that young man. And then working our way on down the line with individuals just need more bulk and spread and center body dimension. Barrel coming out next, just too flat up front on his front feet. Need to elevate him at the point of his shoulder. Round out the gilt, the class of the gilt. Plain in her muscle makeup, just a good structurally type of gilt. Not enough mass, not enough dimension. Outstanding class of females. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Winner in class number 3, CrossFit Market Gilt. First place was Chloe Schaefer. Second was Carly Seaburn. Third was Lydia Bleeker. Fourth was Grayson Frank. We'll now pick the champion CrossFit Market Gilt. We will need Chloe Schaefer from the last class, Bryce Osting from class 2, and Anna Osting from class 1.
Again, put your hands together for these kids and their project they brought to us this morning. And just an outstanding set of market gilts. The breeding gilt show I thought was very, very good. There's some of these that could have played ball in that breeding gilt show. I think it's a one-horse race out here as far as proportions, heaviness of structure, forearm and foot and leg placement. Young ladies, chromed up gilt be your champion market gilt, sorry. Not going to waste a lot more time because when you find a pair, you're going to ride that pair for a while. And I still think they're very similar in their build and their bulk and spread up high. I just read one is mount stop feature in her jawline, stout heavier bone when she came right at me, her forearm placement. But I still think this one's awfully fun to look at. She's got a lot of product. Young lady's dark gilt will be reserved.
Class 1, Berkshire Barrel, Gabe Scheme Out, Jackson Harmon, Elena Rigler, Ellen Eckers, Amy Holstein, Berkshire Barrels to the ring, please. On deck, Duroc Barrel, Amy Holstein, Lane Deckers, Lydia Bleeker, Gabe Scheme Out, Josie Longer.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, then you could stop it later. Okay, well, and, yeah.
Clerkship, Bill, to the ring. Gabe, Jackson, Elena, Ella, Amy.
No, no, I'll take the salad, and then I'll get something for my kids. So, I'll bring something to you. Oh, what, yeah, I'll bring something. Right, right, right. Right, yeah, yeah. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, then we'll plan on. We'll be good for sure. All right. You have a good day. Yes, we will. Bye. Yeah, we will. Bye. No, Becca sent the pictures from yesterday. What they have. Pretty soon I'll probably, yeah. Yeah, but we're getting
Black Barrels, head towards the ring. Amy, Lane, Lydia, Gabe and Josie, Durox, to the ring.
Nice class of Berkshire Marker Hogs. The young lady's barrel here in front of me is going to win the particular drive. Shapely up high, big and bold. He's stepping behind that thing. Tremendous amount of product laid in the top side of that one. Skeleton. He flexes at the ground extremely well. He's the best out of the front side of his shoulder placement for me as far as where the proportions are on that particular individual. Nice type of barrel to win this particular drive. Young lady's barrel is going to follow him in second. Resembles that class winner. Not as trendy up in the front 1/3 of his skeleton, not curvy, but I'm getting critical on one. His hind leg's very good. The set to his back wheel is incredible. Not as shapely up when you get on top of that one, but a nice type of a barrel to land there at the second hole. Young man's barrel's going to be in third. The short back dense one. He's too upright in his shoulder. Can't get enough drive out of that one to really study that one's angulation, but that one's shapely. He's bold when you get on top of him. Need to open him up as he tracks away from me just a nickel to match what he has up high. Young man's barrel coming out next. Another one, just big and bold and practical about his design cavity. He's too forward in his shoulder. Need to press him up in the front 1/3 of his cavity as well. Carrying a little more excess condition than I term ideal where he's at right now. But a nice type of a Berkshire barrel. Young man's barrel coming out next. Things to be said for that one. A little bit more wastier from his blade forward. Shapely up high. Just need to reconstruct him as he travels away. He wants to swivel out of the backside of his skeleton wall. Just need to fix him structurally right there, just a nickel for me. Young lady's barrel is going to round out the class. A little bit rounder in his makeup, not enough fresh back shape up high for me, but a nice type of a Berkshire barrel to round out the class. Let's give all those kids a round of applause.
Your Berkshire Market barrel champion was Elena in rigor order. Second was Ellen Deckers. Third was Gabe Skiba. Now we will have the Duroc champion, or the Duroc barrel. Five entries in this class. Amy Holstein, Lane Deckers, Lydia Bleeker, Gabe Skiba, Josie Baumgart.
Think about it.
Interesting class of red barrows, and the barrow that wins does so as far as skeleton build, extension from his blade forward and being the squarest off both of the skeleton. His feet hit the surface the best of any of the five out here. He's opened up when he comes right at you. You get on top of him. You know, I get critical. I need to see some more rib in that one, but that one's got the look, and he's got some room to bulk up and fill up for that young lady. I think this one here in the center of the ring, his skeleton build, his flexibility out of his hip and his hind leg is what's going to elevate him to the top of the class. The young lady's barrel on the far side of the ring is going to follow him in second. As far as look and composition from the side, they rival each other. That one for me, internally, when I get in behind him, too flat when I step in behind him, not enough bulk and spread out. His pin set gets a little flat in the internal muscle shape when he get down low into his stifle area, but a nice looking barrel from the side that's got elevation, and he's got turn in the upper part of his rib cage. The young man's barrel that's over the corner with that particular barrel is going to go third this particular drive. That one's heavy boned, heavy footed. That one's too flat in his forerib. He wants to get concave in his front knee set when he comes right at me. I need to pull that one apart, bulk that one up just a nickel more than I to get him to go up the higher class to match the bulk and spread he has down low. Young man's barrel is going to land in fourth. Another one, just practical in his build, a little bit rounder out of his design off both ends of his skeleton. Sets down on a smaller foot and bone, but that one's got a lot of body, a lot of shape. Just need to sound him up in his feature and his overall appearance. Round out the class with another one similar in his build, a little rounder on the backside of his skeleton wall. You need to square him up from pin off the ground to push him up any higher. That one's open and bold though coming at you. You just need to pull him apart as he leaves you. Nice class of Duroc barrows. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Congratulations to Lydia Blinker for champion Duroc barrel. Josie Bungar's reserve, and Lane Deckers was third. Now we will have our other breeds, the Hereford, and then we'll have the Yorkshire.
Nice class of Hereford Market Hogs. The barrel that wins this particular drive is the young lady here in front of me. She'll have your champion Hereford. Just as far as a practical build, structurally correct type of a Hereford that still has some shape and muscle working down the top side of him. That lets land him in that first hole. It's just his integrity off both ends of his skeleton wall. The decision was between 2 and 3 on which one you want to land on. One's got more bulk and spread up high, and the one can still go better off both ends. I come back to one that's just got so much more shape and dimension. If I can get him to travel off both ends of his skeleton wall better, then we can push him on up and win the particular class. The young man here in front of me, the bigger barrel, will have your reserve Hereford barrel. I just need to fix him as he goes away from me. Just need to relax him in his pattern set. Just a nickel for me. Round out the class with another Hereford barrel that's just good in his build. Wants to run downhill just a little bit more, and I prefer ideal. Wants to he just needs to elevate and go, and then plan off both ends of his skeleton with more power and dimension. But a nice class of Herefords. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Let's to the ring.
Congratulations to our Hereford breeders. First went to Grayson Coonan, second to Jackson Harmon, third to Dawson Coonan. We'll now show the the Yorkshire barrels. Then we'll pick the champion purebred market barrel, and then go on to the crossbred market barrels.
interesting class of Yorkshire Barrows. Not just one you can gravitate towards, but I come back to one that's got a lot of extras and a lot of pieces that are kind of unique for a Yorkshire individual as far as stoutness of feature, shape, and back shape on that one's incredibly good. If I could reconstruct it from 10 hock to ground, he wants to get steeper, he wants to duck up underneath himself, just more than I term ideal, but from his hip forward, that one's big, he's bulky, he's shapely, got a tremendous amount of spread coming right at you. Young ladies Barrows can go in two, just loose and dense about his body cavity, pliable when he gets off, just not enough sheer power dimension, not enough curvature in the upper part of his rib cage down to his forerib, but a barrow is flexible on both ends of his skeleton wall, just not enough sheer power dimension to be the one that's got more bulk and spread up high. Young ladies barrow is going to go in third, just proportional from the side. I just need to reconstruct him just ever so slightly. It's a little flatter as it comes out of the backside of his blade, not enough shape up high to get him to go up any higher in class. Just a good practical type of the barrow to land in the third hole. Young ladies barrow is going to round out the class with. Barrow just runs out of sheer power dimension when you start studying internal dimension. Smaller at the ground when you start studying bone and foot size, but a good practical type of a barrow for her. Nice class of Yorkshire barrows. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
In our crossbred, in our purebred Yorkshire class of barrows, first place goes to Brody Van Rigamorter, second to Ella Decker, third to Annika Decker, and fourth to Kiana Post. We will now be picking our champion purebred market barrow. We will need Brody Van Rigamorter, Lydia Bleeker, Elena Van Rigamorter, to pick our grand champion purebred market barrow. 4 classes, and we need Grayson Kuhn. Sorry to do it.
Nice group of purebred market hogs, and I talked each and every one of them in their drive and their respective class. I'm not going to go back through and describe each and every one of them. I just think there's one out here that just puts skeleton build, still utilizes his hip and his hind leg correctly. Is he stoutest at the ground? No, but he's the best in his skeleton build, and he's the most flexible out of both ends of his skeleton. The Burrock will be your champion purebred market hog. dropped that reserve dog in. I talked that one resembles that class winner from his hip forward, his resemblance of silhouette from the side. I stepped in behind that one, not enough spread in his hip, and he carried it down low to the stifle muscle, need to blow that one apart. I come back to another one, I get back out here, gets a little hesitant out of his back too, but I still think he's got a lot of good to offer as far as what he represents as a breed, shape, and dimension, and body cavity. I like the Berkshire second best.
Crossbred Market Barrel to the ring. Last one. Carson Zeus, Kanan Heiser, Jacob at the top, Caleb Kalamica, Kanan Heiser, Lydia Bleeker, Ryan Rubin, Isaiah Lammers, Kanan Heiser, and Joel Roy.
Congratulations to Lydia Bleeker for her champion purebred market barrel, the first of the Duroc, and to Elena Van Regemorter with her champion Berkshire, which was the reserve champion purebred market barrel. Congratulations to both of you. We will now start with the crossbred market barrels. We're not going to break for lunch today. We're going to start with Carson Zeus, Kanan Heiser, Jacob Vanatop, Kaylor Klaverga, Kanan Heiser, Lydia Bleeker, Ryer Rudman, Isaiah Lammers, Kanan Heiser, and Cole Hoyer. Pigs range from 197 to 229.
Last one. Market Barrel to the ring. Last two on deck. Carson, Kanan, Jacob, Kaylor, Lydia, Ryer, Isaiah, Kanan, Cole. Last one to the ring.
We're in class 1 of Marcus Barrows, crossbred, Carson Seuss, Kanan Heiser, Jacob Vanentop, Taylor Clavington, Kanan Heiser, Lydia Bleeker, Briar Rootman, Isaiah Lammers, Kanan Root Heiser, and Cole Hoyer. Pace weight from 197 to 229.
Crossbred Barrow Class 2. Adam Goldring. Class 2, Marcus Barrow. Lane, Jackson, Katie, Marin, Grayson, McKenna, Anna, Lane, Bright.
Nice class of Marcus Barrows here, and the one that's going to win just does so as far as his instructional correctness, feet and leg placement when he hits the surface. When he comes right at me, he's the most opened up the bottom side of his chest floor. He's blown apart. You study that one, and you study the angulation of his shoulder compared to the contemporaries out here, the height of the shoulder, and how he opens up on the top side of his skeleton. He's just the most fault-free, in my opinion. I'm not saying he doesn't come with holes, because I think every one of these has a hole in him, and I'm okay with that. But I think the one that's the best in terms of just structural build, shape, and just freshness up high, got that look in the show ring. The young man's chromed up barrel here to the left of me. You'll have your class winner. Just a barrel that's just practical in its build. Everything stays north and south. You step in behind him. I'd like to just open him up just ever so slightly as he step in and study from pin hog to ground. He wants to close just ever so slightly, but it's getting critical on one. Let's put so many positive things together. From there it gets closer between 2 and 3 because you got two that are similar in type and kind, and I come back to one. If this one would just settle in and drive, just get out here and act like a show pig, I think push this class winner some more. Young man on the far side of the ring will have your second place barrel as far as a standpoint of soundness up high, forearm shape, and everything that blends from that correlation. He wants to get too restrictive as I step in behind him. He got to go better off both ends of his skeleton. He wants to stab at the ground instead of flex and drive and push, what I term ideal. But that one's shapely, that one's bold. He's got a tremendous amount of power as he leads you. Young lady's barrel is going to go in third. I like a lot of things. I fixed that one from his blade forward, elevate him on his front toes, put that head and that neck carriage up higher on his spine. That one wins the class, and he does so relatively handily. He's shapely when you get on top of him. Tremendous amount of power. You just got to square him up just ever so slightly as he hits the ground surface. And I know I get critical on feet and leg placement, but that's just me. You can ask my wife at home. I ship more out the door because of feet and leg placement than one term's ideal, but I'm critical when feet hit the ground. They got to be square, they got to be true, they got to be correct. Young man's barrel is going to go in the fourth barrel. I love this one from his blade back. He's shapely, he's dense, he's hairy. Hind leg's incredibly good. I need to elevate him at the point of his shoulder, tie that neck higher on the top side of his spine to get him to go any higher in class. Put a nice type of barrel to land in the fourth hole. Young man that went in the fifth hole, that one there, yeah, I like the silhouette it gives you from the side. He's too refined in his jawline, too refined in his bone work to match what he has up high. Just need to sound that one's feature up, give him a shot more punch on both ends of his skeleton wall. Same can be said for the barrels that round out the class. This barrels we need to give some more dimension to, some more power and dimension. When you take them to the ground and throw some more cavity into them. Nice class of barrels. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Results in Class 1. First place, Jacob Vandentop. Second, Kanan Heiser. Third, Lydia Fleeter. We'll now have Class 2 market barrels. Big swing, 231 to 244. Lane Schmidt, Jackson Harmon, Katie Vandentop, Maren Franken, Grayson Franken, McKenna Claveringa, Anna Osteny, Lane Schmidt, Lane Deckers, and Bryce Osteny. 10 pigs in this class.
Class 3, Marcus Barrett, Katie Manscott, Blake Osting, Lenny Franken, Barrett Bleeker, Anna Osting, Trevor Lucy, Katie Manscott, Cody Weber, Joe Weber, Joe Boyer. On deck.
Oh, what are you doing? Be careful.
quite the market barrels out here. I'm going to make this quick before these things we completely lose and lose everything we got left in it. I think there's one out here. You know, he's not the trendiest when you step off to the side of him. He's studying an extension from his blade forward. If I could fix him there, I would and elevate him. But from that standpoint, his blade back and his hind leg utilization, and where he sets everything in correlation with his body cavity, he's the squarest in his pin hawk to ground placement, and he flexes and drives the best off this surface off both ends of his cavity. Like I said, if I could change him up front, elevate him, I would. But from that standpoint forward, I don't get big on trends. I don't get big on, they got to be tall shoulder, good looking. I just like hogs that are functional, their builds can still go. Young lady's barrel on the far side of the ring is going to do it. That's the best for me. As far as agility to go on both ends of his skeleton and still maintain within his integrity. The young man's blue barrel is going to land in second. I like a lot of things about this one. Big forearm, big cage, and that kind of guy. I like that a great deal about him. I need to set that one down, plant and drive with some more authority. He sets down on a smaller foot ankle than the barrel that wins a particular class, but a silhouette from the side. I like that blue hog. He's dead level from the point of his shoulder back to where his tail set. I just need to see him flex and drive. The young man on the far side of the ring with the pale colored barrel, he's going to land in the third hole. He does so with a very good one. I need to see that one just transition from the top side of his shoulder into his head. This neck carries a nickel better for me. And to get him to go up any higher in class, that barrel's got a tremendous amount of shape working down it. And when he gets out here, he wants to start swiveling out the back side of his hip instead of going north and south and planting and flexing and driving and pushing like he should. Young man's barrel that left the ring on us, another barrel, the young lady's barrel, I'm sorry. That barrel is extremely shapely, big forearm, big cage in him. Just got to go better. He wanted to get too tight out of the backside of his skeleton wall to push him on up the class. Young lady's chromed up barrel coming out next. This one, when he comes to the ring, he grabs your attention. He's got that skunk face laid in top of him. He's got that good look from the side. I need to strengthen that one in his spine because that one there, he's got some big feet. He's got a big running gear. He just gets too inverted in the top side of his spine. I need to strengthen him there. I need more bulk, and he gets a little bit flatter in the bottom part of his forehead. He's stepping behind that one. You got to appreciate what he has, though. I just need to see some more hog to match what he has out on the surface. Young lady's barrel coming out next. The shaggy and dense in his skeleton. Heavy structured individual there again. Just not enough sheer power and dimension when he comes right at you. Just not enough bulk and spread out of the backside of his skeleton for me. Young lady's barrel that's going to come out next. I talked to her individually. That one's got a tremendous amount of shape, tremendous amount of muscle laid into him. He's just got to go. He gets too restrictive out of his hind leg for me. A little bit flatter in the bottom part of his forerib as well. But tremendously shapely, tremendous amount of product laid in that one. Same can be said for the young man's barrel coming out next. Practical in his build. Just need more muscle, more bulk, and more shape in that one for me to move him up any higher in class. Round out the class with two barrels built the same, just not enough shape, not enough muscle for this guy today. Barrels that are good in their structural integrity, just need to see some more of them. Nice class of barrels. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Last two market barrels. First place was Maren Franken. Second was Bryce Osney. And third was Lane Schmidt. We'll now have class 3 market barrels. Katie Vanatoff, Blake Osning, Laney Franken, Merritt Bleeker, Anna Osning, Trevor Lusing, Katie Vanatoff, Bodie Weber, Cole Weber, and Cole Hoyer.
Class 3 market barrels to the ring. Class 4 on left. Class 3, we need Katie, Blake, Lady, Mara, Anna, Trevor, Katie, Bodie, Katie. Good.
Oh, have you been here a lot?
Really nice class in this crossbred drive. The barrel in front of me here, the White Sox one, he wins this particular drive. You talk about build function and disproportionality. That one's very neat to look at. He ties that head on the top side of his skeleton correctly. The angulation from his shoulder to ground's right. You get on top of him, he's got enough shape, he's got an explosion. You step in behind him, he travels away square, true, and correct. And he sets down on the back pastures correctly for me. And you get off to the side of that one, he's got great appreciated proportions that he brings to the table. The decision between 2 and 3 as far as what you want to do and how you want to lay your priorities. One's got more bone and more substance when you take it to the ground, and one gives you that show barrel look from the side that you got to appreciate. I just come back to one that's got more at the ground, that uses the hind leg and nickel better. Yeah, he's not the choke neck one of the trio, but that one's got enough substance. He's got the correct angulation. He's got everything that works together in correlation with his body. The young lady's chromed up barrel is going to land in the second hole. Just as far as his build and functionality, that one lands there and he utilizes his hind leg correctly. He sets down square and true. The young man's calico barrel across the center ring. You love the look that thing gives you when he first comes in. That one there needs bigger feet. He needs bigger bone to match what he has up high. He's the frailest in his front arm when he comes right at me compared to the contemporaries in class. I just need to sound that one up in his feature, give him a shot more dimension down low to get him to go up any higher. Young lady's barrel coming out next. I like this one from his blade back. He's opened up, he's stout, he's dense in the center part of his body cavity. That one there, I need to reconstruct him on his front feet, elevate him at the point of his shoulder, and just sound him up in his jawline just ever so slightly to match what he has on the top side of his skeleton wall. Young man's barrel coming out next. This one I like a lot of things about. He just gets a little algae out here on this surface for me today. I just need to see him go away with some more comfort, and coming at you, he needs to be square and bolder when he comes right at you. His front feet are bothering him out here, but I'm not going to take that away from him because he's got so much bold spread up high. Young man's barrel coming out next. Another one's got a lot of shape up high. For me, he's too dry in the back part of his rib cage, and he gets flatter in the bottom part of his forerib, upright invert in the bottom side of his sternum as he comes right at you. That one's got a stout feature when you get in behind him and watch him go away. That one's just got to be more coordinated as he leaves me. Young lady's white barrel coming out next. I like the feature this one gives you, the bone and footwork laid into this one. I need to fix him from his hip junction back to where his ham loin ties in. He gets more restrictive out of his hind legs for me, and then clean him up to the bottom side of his lymph node area. But from his blade forward, that one's stout feature, big forearm. I just need to reconstruct him out of the back side of his skeleton wall. Round out the class of barrels that just don't have enough sheer power to mention. Young man's white barrel gets too tight out here on the surface, wants to get upright and inverted off both ends of his skeleton. I just need to see him go better off both ends of his structural wall. Young man's calico barrel coming out last in class. That barrel there, his front feet are bothering him quite a bit today. Need to construct his pasture to set better. That barrel's got an eye-striking appeal from the side. He just feels a little algae out here on the surface. Nice class of barrels. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Our class 3 winner was Lady Franken, 248-pound barrel. Second was Katie Manitop with 246. Third was Cole Hoyer, 261. Well, now I have class 4 market barrel. Lincoln Smith, Claire Bleeker, McKenna McClaveringa, Lady Franken, Bodie Weber, Matt Bumgard, Annika Deckers, Bodie Weber, and Matt Bumgard again. Big weight from 265 to 280.
Pastor Bill to the ring. Lincoln, Claire, McKenna, Laney, Lodi, Matt, Annika, Lodi. Matt again to the ring. Last 5 barrels on deck. Carly, Carson, Ella, Kale, Josie, Mason, Jacob, MacArthur, and Martin.
Nine pigs in this class. Pigs weigh from 265 to 280. Lincoln Smith, Claire Bleeker, McKenna Claveringa, Laney Franken, Bodie Weber, Matt Bumgarst, Annika Decker, Bodie Weber. We'll have one more class after this, and then we will pick the champion crossbred barrel. And then we will pick the overall champion market swine.
Very nice class, and Margaret Hoggs here. There is no question. I don't argue with anybody. The bait that wins this class does so. He's just a good show bait. Young man on the far side of the ring will have your class winner. I'm not going to talk that one a whole lot. From there, 2, 3, and 4 is where the decision lies. You can put your preferences where you want to lie them, and you can build them how you want to build them. For me, I just come back to one that he's heavy structured, he's big footed, he's rounded his bone, he's flat in his bone work. If I could reconstruct him, and when he goes away from me, he wants to just push just ever so slightly. I need to reconstruct him on the top side of his neck placement, which is a little crusty there, but that's getting highly critical on a big, stout, burly, dense type of an individual. The young lady with the chrome nut barrel, he'll go second this particular drive. Feature on that one's extremely good. Heavy structure. I just need to reconstruct him there as he comes out of the top side of his neck and fix him as he travels away from me. But that one's I got a big powder, a big motor laid into it. From there at 3 and 4 is where you get your decision making. You can lay your preferences where you want to lay them. For me, it just comes back to one general, this build, basic in his makeup, and it's predominantly black throw across the far side of the ring. I like that one proportion. That one handles his hind leg from pin hock to ground. He's the squarest and he's the cleanest in his joint work compared to the barrel that's going to go in fourth. But that one there, I just need to elevate him just ever so slightly, sound him up in his jawline to match those two that go 1 and 2 in this particular drive. But a nice barrel land in the third hole. Young man's blue bear, I like a lot of things about him. He's practical in his build. He's big. He's bulky. He's got a tremendous amount of shape up high. I just need to reconstruct him as he goes away from me. He wants to funnel and concave as he travels away, but that's getting critical on one that's got a tremendous amount of pin set. I just need to open him up and square him down from pin hock to ground as he tracks away. Young man's black barrel coming out next, shapely and dense in the center part of his body cavity, a little bit plainer about the top side of his neck. I just need to sound him up to match what he has up high as well. He just ran into a class. You just get them ones and bring the extra. But that one's nothing to take away from that young man's project there as well. Coming out next, another barrel. I talked to that young man individually. From his hip forward, that thing's explosive. He's dense in his body cavity. He's got shape. He just wants to tuck and duck. He doesn't want to plant and drive. But I prefer I deal with a Market Hog show and you get out here amongst these ones that got that extras and they get the extra ESTs on top of them. Young man's barrel coming out next. Good, loose, and pliable about the skeleton. Just not enough sheer bulk and shape up high for me. Round out the class of barrels. We talked the same about those. We just need to freshen them up in their appearance. Peel a little bark and condition off of them and throw some more shape up high. They're an outstanding class of crossbred barrels. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Last 5 to the ring. Last 5.
That's what kids are sometimes. You can't help it. What? What?
This is our fifth and final class of crossbred market barrels.
That's the one?
After this, we'll pick champions from the 5 classes,
I don't know. I'm
and
not
they will go against champions of the gilts and the purebreds.
Okay, well, I did not.
In this class are Carly Seabrand, Carson Zeus, Ella Decker, Cole Weber, Josie Baumgart, Mason Rosaboom, Jacob Anatop, Art MacArthur Scheidemann, Margot Scheidemann. Pigs weigh from 282 to 316.
It wasn't me. I don't have money. Who gave them money for one? I don't know. Yeah.
Another nice class of marker hogs, and the barrel's going to win just as far as this hind leg agility. I know I've talked it all day, but this one is, for as much as he's got, you get him behind him, he's packing a tremendous amount of heat, but he still carries that hind leg correctly. He's still pushing the plants and pushing the pulls, and he still carries himself extremely well. The young lady on the far side of the ring will have his class champion. That one is big and bold in the center part of his body cavity. Got a tremendous amount of hind leg, ladies, and that one is fat-legged. He is dense in his bone work, and he's very good when he gets out and moves and motors around the ring. Young man Sparrow's going to follow him in second. I like that pair quite a bit to go together. That one there was separation. Then when you get off to the side of him, you start studying him going across the ring. The young man's barrel wants to get more restricted out of the backside of his hip. He wants to just tuck and duck just ever so slightly. If he can just pull and extend his hock past his tail head just a nickel more, then it might flip flop. And I'm not going to disagree one bit because they both resemble each other as far as bulk and spread up high. I just separate them on hind leg placement where they hit the surface. Young lady's barrel is going to go in third. Another barrel I just appreciate as far as its density of body cavity. This gets a little plainer about his look in the front 1/3 of his skeleton wall. Not as shapely, not as robust when you start breaking him down. A little bit frailer in his bone work when you take that one to the surface compared to the contemporaries in class. It's a nice type of a barrel to land there in the third hole. Young man's blue barrel coming out next. Another one I like a great deal about. That one's tall shouldered, good looking. I like the proportion that one brings. I need to stouten that one up in his jawline, give him a shot more feature right there in the front side of his forearm. He studies his forearm and where it ties into his cavity. He wants to duck up underneath his front, ties into his sternum lower than what I prefer ideal. But that barrel gives you a tremendous look from the side. I just need to give him a shot more feature to rival those ones that go 1 and 2 in class. Another barrel coming out next. It's practical in its build. I like that a great deal about him. A little bit flatter in his forelip, a little bit drier in his flank, but that one's just got a good amount of meat product laid into him. I just need to see some more of him and get him around this ring with some more comfort. Barrels on down the line, I talked to those kids, and we just need more shape, more bulk, and more freshness in them, and just fix them up both ends of their skeleton. I'm a huge structure freak. These things got to look like show pigs from the side. They got to be able to go off both ends of their skeleton wall. That's just where I need to change these individuals. Nice class. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
In class 5, our champion was Carly Seabrand. Mason Rosenboom was second. Josie Baumgart was third. We'll now pick our champion crossbred barrel from Carly Seabrand, Lincoln Smith, Laney Franken, Maren Franken, Jacob Vandentown. Jacob was in class 1, Maren in class 2, Laney in 3, Lincoln in 4, and Carly in 5. After we pick the champion crossbred barrel and the reserve champion crossbred barrel, we'll show for the overall champion market swine, which will be between the champion barrel and the champion gill.
In the barn, we need Jacob Vandentown, Maren Franken, Laney Franken, Lincoln Smith, and Carly Seabrand.
Let's put our hands together for these champions of these classes. This is pretty nice deal to get up here this far. From class 1 again. Class 1 is Jacob Annentop with a barrel weighing 208. Class 2 is Marin Franken with a barrel weighing 235. Class 3 is Laney Franken with a barrel weighing 248. Class 4 is Lincoln Smith with a barrel weighing 265. And Class 5, Carly Seabrand with a barrel weighing 282. Champion Market Barrel.
Well, let's put our hands together one more time. I'm not going to waste a lot more time sorting through these things because you guys have heard me talk enough today. I mean, like I said earlier, you can agree to disagree, and I don't care. I've been on that side of the ring. I see it all from inside here, and until somebody else wants to step inside here and evaluate these things and give their opinion, you know, I get discouraged too. If my kids get beat, they're probably a bigger loser, sore loser than what I am. But when you stand ringside and you try to guess what the judge is going to do, you're not going to guess it. You're never going to get it right. All you can do is feed the ones you want to feed, show the ones you want to show, and hopefully everything rolls and lands in the ball of dice. I'm happy with the 5 that are out here. I think there's one out here that's just an absolute man-child as far as soundness of feature, bone work, footwork, and the shape that one has laid out on the top side of his blade. And then you get on top of him, you have all the extras, and I think he's awfully fun to look at. He's got his lot of fines. Go ahead and bulk up. If I can get critical on him, he needs more spread down low. But when you get beside that standpoint, structural build and the footwork on this thing is unrivaled when you get back out here. I think he's awfully neat. Young man, your dark cross on the far side of the ring. He dropped that second place barrel. That was respected class. And I talked that one. If I could change him in a place or two, I would. But that one, he comes to the table and he comes to the forefront. This being heaviness in the structure, bone and footwork's unrivaled when you get him back out here because he's got the bone work, he's got the footwork, and heaviness of structure. I come back to another pair of them that I think tie together a lot of good things. Maybe not as fresh up high when you get on top of them as the barrel that just wins, but I think they bring a lot of tangibles to the table as far as just structural correctness and bringing the extras. And when you let them put basic builds and general function together, and then you get one out here that packs so much power and dimension, and you come back to one that looks like my champion barrel. Maybe not as big and bold in the upper part of his rib cage, but I still think he's got a lot of good left in him. He's got a tremendous look from the side. I think that one's awfully neat to look at as well. That build functionality and then bringing the extras with it. Young lady with the white sock barrels here is going to be reserved.
Congratulations to Lincoln Smith and Laney Franken. Will now show the overall grand champion barrel. Our market odds would be the champion barrel and the champion gill.
I'll get on the microphone for one last time. Again, if you guys could put your hands together for the kids, for being able to do what they can do this spring and summer. I know a lot of our worlds were turned upside down about the first part of March, not knowing what to do or how to feed these things and how to keep everything collective and how to keep these kids motivated. I know we had a heck of a time back home, you know, with all the uncertainties. We went and bought a group for World Pork Expo because that's what we drive for, is to go to the national junior shows. You know, when you get the phone call and that don't happen, and you're like, well, now what are we going to do? Well, we just sit back, we shut things down, we hope for the next show, and we continue to hope that we can get back out there and show them sometimes, because we just come home from Des Moines last week, and I didn't think they'd pull it off, because with all the things that go on outside the walls of a show barn, with all the riots, the protests, whatever else you got going on, which I just don't understand any of it. None of us probably ever will, but the only thing I do know is that when you bring a group of kids together at a national event, everything changes. When you bring families together, all that stuff outside them walls, it all goes away. Standing inside this ring, you may disagree with what I have to say today or how I evaluate swine, and that's okay. I don't care. As long as I'm happy with the ones I got out here when I'm done and I can drive home, I'll be happy with my decisions at the end of the day. The kids that do this, they're the ones that need rewarded. They stay driven, they stay focused, they stay determined, and it's only going to get better. The livestock every year gets better, and the breeders get better, and the feeders and your families and everybody else that gather ringside with you at these events is unrivaled. You can't go anywhere else and do this as a family and bring everybody together and take in all the rewards that you kids are going to accomplish throughout your life. So you kids, I encourage you to thank the Fair Board for doing what they've done for you up to this point, getting you to be able to show here. Thank your parents, thank the breeders, thank the feeders, your feed supplier, whoever it is that got you to this point this year, because without them, they could all throw stuff out the door and we could not have even done this. I'm going to get off the microphone. I've had a great time. I think I've been up here twice for the open show, and now I got to do the 4-H show. And it's a long drive up here, but I enjoy it because then I got time to drive home and answer 900 phone calls, but that's okay. There again, thank you again to the committee, the Fair Board, and everybody that's had anything to do with this show. I think it's been a lot of fun. I'm going to put the microphone down. I'm going to go out and get your champion, and we'll roll on out of here. Again, thank you, and kids, don't forget to thank the ones that got you here.
If you park anywhere in front of the hog warehouse, please move your vehicle. A lot of these pigs are going home right now.
of you who are out here, if your vehicle's parked in front of the hog chute anywhere, please load them out. That concludes our hog show today. Thank you very much for coming out.
Okay.